In this video, we're going to be taking a look at the one Simpson family member who should not exist in any stable version of reality. Let's begin. As you lie back and let your eyes grow heavy, we're going to calmly walk through something that, once you notice it, refuses to leave your mind. Homer Simpson's life taken seriously is impossible. On paper, Homer J. Simpson has a simple biography. He is born in the late 1950s or early 1960s, grows up with his parents Abe and Mona, marries Marge, and raises Bart, Lisa, and Maggie in present-day Springfield. Yet when examining the episodes that try to show us this life, the evidence becomes clear that the timeline surrounding this man bends and breaks in ways no ordinary sitcom convenience can explain. He is a child of the Elvis era, a teenager in the shadow of Vietnam, but a young adult in a world of 70s rock and 80s pop, and somehow still a man in his late 30s in a Springfield that always looks like our current year. Television writers often rely on what is called a sliding timeline, where characters quietly float forward through culture while their official ages never change. But with Homer, this mechanism starts to feel less like a harmless trick and more like a cover story. One episode frames his youth around 1970s counterculture, while another updates his formative memories to the 1990s, complete with grunge music and updated technology, as if his adolescence has been dragged forward by decades. This mirrors how his marriage to Marge is constantly rewritten, shifting from a 70s shotgun wedding to an 80s high school romance, to a 90s era courtship involving VHS tapes and contemporary brands, each version calmly insisting it was always the truth. According to this theory, the show itself behaves like an unreliable narrator, repeatedly editing Homer's past to conceal something about his true nature. The contradictions around his early jobs, his medical history, and even the origin of his brain damage, like the crayon lodged in his skull that quietly explains his intelligence dropping, start to look less like scattered jokes and more like redacted documents in a classified file. Most telling is how every attempt to pin down his age or era is immediately undercut by a new episode that overwrites what we just learned. In this video, we're going to move slowly through Homer's entire existence as if we are reconstructing the biography of a real man whose history has been tampered with. We will look at his parents and the strange gaps in their stories, his volatile but enduring marriage, his children and the environmental horror of the town that shapes them, and the sheer number of identities he cycles through as he becomes an astronaut, a musician, an inventor, a safety inspector, and over 100 other things that no single human life should reasonably contain. This theory suggests that Homer is not just a buffoon, but a fixed point in time around which Springfield's warped consciousness organizes itself, with alternate futures, treehouse of horror universes, and dream-like episodes all echoing different versions of the same damaged soul. Before we can understand Homer the father, the failure, or the accidental genius, we have to go back to where his story allegedly begins. A childhood that shifts every time we reach for it, as though something in the show does not want us to remember what really happened to him. Building a life from fragments, how we'll reconstruct Homer. To make sense of that shifting childhood, we have to change how we watch the show. Homer's life is not presented as a clean biography. It's shattered across hundreds of episodes, flashbacks, retcons, and throwaway jokes that contradict each other on purpose, like pieces from different puzzles mixed in the same box. In this video, we're going to be taking those fragments and laying them out on the table, one by one, until the outline of a single human life begins to emerge. Our approach will be slow and methodical, and will move through Homer's existence in stages. His early years under Mona and Abe, his awkward adolescence and teen romances, his first attempts at adulthood, his marriage to Marge and the births of his children, the long middle stretch of nuclear plant work and barstool confessions, and finally the speculative futures that the show keeps offering and then quietly withdrawing. When examining each era, we'll ask what that version of Homer claims about who he is and what it tries to hide. Most telling is how the show behaves when it disagrees with itself. One episode insists Homer grew up in a 1950s world of black and white televisions and post-war optimism. Another relocates his youth to the grunge-soaked 1990s. According to this theory, we do not simply dismiss one as a joke. Instead, the contradiction becomes evidence in itself, a glitch in the story that points to a deeper instability in Homer's consciousness and in Springfield's reality. To keep from drifting completely, we'll use a few anchor points, fixed stars in an otherwise moving sky. Nearly every continuity agrees that Homer meets Marge in school, that he ends up as a safety inspector at the nuclear plant, that they have 3 children, and that the family returns night after night to 742 Evergreen Terrace. These recurring facts form a skeleton. The retcon details, the shifting decades, and the impossible adventures hang off that skeleton like mismatched limbs, revealing what the show is trying to emphasize or erase. We're not just recapping episodes, we're performing a quiet autopsy on a fictional life. This theory suggests that Homer has been stitched together from incompatible timelines, our medical traumas and half-remembered dreams, and that the writers keep rearranging his past the way a damaged mind rearranges memory. Treehouse of Horror segments, dream sequences, and distant futures will be treated as distorted reflections of the same core person, like nightmare versions of home movies that expose patterns the so-called main continuity refuses to confront. The pacing will stay gentle. No rapid-fire jokes, only a steady walk through Homer's mind, with each section adding one more piece to the puzzle until the evidence becomes clear. And as we begin, with Mona and Abe Simpson standing over a crib in a house that changes decade by decade, we encounter our first real fracture. The woman who disappears and the man who stays behind do not agree on who their son is supposed to become, or what he is already starting to be. Before Homer, Mona, Abe, and the broken home that built him. So before we follow Homer through his own memories, we have to sit for a while with the 2 people standing over that crib, because they are already unreliable narrators of his life. On one side, we have Abraham Simpson, the archetypal, unreliable patriarch, a World War II veteran who tells stories that bend and snap under even casual scrutiny, drifting between grand heroics and humiliating failure in a way that makes it impossible to know where his reality actually ends. In episode after episode, Abe's war tales change. One night he's storming Normandy, the next he's personally responsible for ending the war. And later, he's stuck in some forgotten regiment that no one remembers, rambling to anyone who will listen at the Springfield retirement castle. And this theory suggests that Abe's consciousness is already fractured by the time Homer is old enough to understand language, that the man raising him is constantly revising his own past, and that Homer absorbs this as a model for how memory is supposed to work. Opposite him stands Mona Simpson, the radical mother who refuses to stay within the boundaries of small-town respectability. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at her not as a quirky 60s cliché, but as a figure of absence. Canonically, she becomes a fugitive after sabotaging Mr. Burns's germ warfare lab during a protest, disappearing into the night while Homer is still a child, leaving behind a silent, unhealed crater in the center of the family. One parent is lost in the past, the other vanishes into the future. The basic sequence, and when examining the episodes that try to be sincere, is simple on the surface. Homer J. Simpson is born to Abe and Mona. They live on the Simpson farm, then in or near Springfield. Mona participates in the attack on Burns's facility, is identified, and flees, while a young Homer sleeps in the car, or the house, or the next room, always just out of frame. After that, Abe raises Homer alone, growing more resentful, more confused, and more emotionally distant, shuttling him from the farm to the city, with no stable story about why his mother is gone. Most telling is how the details refuse to stay still. The year of Mona's disappearance shifts. Abe's account of what he did in the war shifts. The farm appears, disappears, and reappears. According to this theory, we are not just watching writers retcon things. We are watching Homer's own mind overwrite its earliest files, smoothing over unbearable gaps with half-remembered images that change every time he dreams them. This mirrors how adult Homer copes. Faced with pain, he reaches for comfort, food, television, beer, anything that will drown out the fear that people leave and never explain why. He loves his children intensely, yet inconsistently, sometimes clinging to them, sometimes neglecting them, and when he fails them, he turns the failure into a joke, the way Abe turned his failures into tall tales. The evidence becomes clear that his contradictions are not random. They are inherited. In that sense, Mona's physical absence and Abe's narrative unreliability create an informational vacuum around Homer's early years, a blank space the show can refill whenever it needs a new origin, a new decade, a new formative trauma. One parent is always running, eternally fugitive. The other is trapped in a nursing home, frozen in stories no one believes. Homer will oscillate between those extremes for the rest of his life. And as we try to follow him out of that broken house and into his childhood, the timeline itself starts to slide, with his supposed 1950s upbringing quietly drifting forward, decade by decade, every time we look away. Homer the 50s, kid, or 60s kid, or 70s kid. So when we follow Homer out of that collapsing farmhouse and into his childhood, we don't just change locations, we change decades. At first, the series presents young Homer as a boy in a world that feels unmistakably post-war. A rural farm, black and white television sets humming in the background, and bulky cars rolling past modest small-town storefronts, and Abe Simpson carrying the same defeated weight as so many veterans in 1950s America. In these early flashbacks, the atmosphere is thick with mid-century detail. We see Homer in grainy, almost timeless spaces. Wooden radios, old-fashioned schoolrooms, and a Springfield that resembles a generic Eisenhower-era suburb. All pastel optimism and quiet repression. When examining these scenes in this video, the evidence becomes clear that the writers wanted us to imagine Homer as a child of that simpler, pre-counterculture age, his consciousness forming in the long shadow of World War II and the nuclear boom. But as the show ages and refuses to let Homer age with it, his childhood begins to slide. Suddenly, flashbacks place him in a more explicitly 1960s environment. The fashions loosen, and the music on the radio sounds closer to early rock and protest-era pop. and cultural references shift forward, even though Homer is still canonically in his late 30s in the present. Then, without ceremony, the dial turns again. Later episodes transplant that same boy into the 1970s, surrounding him with lava lamps, shag carpets, and a Springfield that now remembers Watergate and disco. Specific episodes make the distortion impossible to ignore. We see young Homer listening to 1970s rock, idolizing bands and sounds that should belong to his teenage years, only if he was born much later than earlier flashbacks implied. In another episode, his childhood TV experience looks straight out of the early 1980s, with glossier production styles and programming that contradict the black and white sets we saw before. Most telling is how these scenes never acknowledge the contradiction. Reality just reforms around him, as if his memories have been silently patched and reissued. On the surface, the standard explanation is simple. This theory suggests it is just the sliding timeline of a long-running animated series, forever updating its characters' formative years to match the nostalgia of the current audience. But according to this theory, the way Homer's past keeps recentering itself is more than convenience. It behaves like a reality that is constantly resynchronizing around him, shifting cultural markers and technologies so that he remains exactly where the show needs him. Eternally middle-aged, eternally out of step. Other characters drift with this current, but Homer's history is the one most aggressively rewritten. Let's say his first meetings with Marge are retold across different eras. His school years are restaged with new fashions and new pop songs. And even his time living with Abe is rebuilt on incompatible timelines, as though both father and son are trapped in a loop of endlessly revised origin stories. In this framework, Homer's sense of self becomes deeply unstable. His nostalgia is never anchored to one decade. It is for whatever era the narrative demands tonight, suggesting that his memories function less like fixed photographs and more like files that keep being overwritten. What if the reason he clings so desperately to simple pleasures, donuts, beer, television, is that they are the only constants in a personal history that will not stay put? This mirrors how a dream will rewrite its own beginning while you are still inside it. And as the timeline slides forward into his adolescence, the instability only intensifies, because that is when Homer first collides with the one fixed point the show refuses to let drift. Marge Bouvier, the anchor around which his fractured past, present, and future will all attempt to rearrange themselves. Meeting Marge again and again. A love story that won't stay put. From here, the story should be simple. Boy meets girl, boy ruins his own life, boy and girl raise a yellow, screaming family together. But when examining Homer and Marge, even that most basic narrative refuses to stay still. The classic version is presented almost gently. In this telling, we're in a hazy 1970s high school, with lockers that never change and hairstyles that always do. Homer is the unfocused, drifting misfit, and Marge is the earnest overachiever who lands in detention after a brief, righteous brush with activism. They share that cramped room, they share their outsider status, and in time, they share a life. According to this theory, their bond begins in that fluorescent after-school limbo. And everything from the unplanned pregnancy with Bart to their rushed courthouse wedding grows out of that single shared punishment. But the show cannot stop rewriting the moment they meet. Another episode quietly insists that their first encounter happened at summer camp, with different clothes, different lighting, and a different emotional temperature. as if the universe ran a second trial version of their origin. Elsewhere, we see alternate school years, altered circumstances where Homer pursues Marge more aggressively, or where she is the one who feels an inexplicable pull toward him, the details shifting just enough to make us question which timeline, if any, belongs to the real Springfield. Most telling is how the era itself keeps sliding. Early on, the high school flashbacks are drenched in 1970s aesthetics. Disco, classic rock, and wood-paneled interiors that lock Homer and Marge into a specific cultural moment. Later, the same basic story beats are dressed in 1980s neon, then 1990s fashions, with updated music, new posters on the walls, and altered slang layered over identical emotional beats. This theory suggests that time in Springfield is elastic, stretching and snapping back so Homer can remain roughly the same age, while his past is repainted over and over like a reused animation cell. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at what that implies. One interpretation is that Homer and Marge are a fixed pair in this universe, a gravitational constant. No matter where the writers throw their first meeting, camp, classroom, protest line, or chance encounter, the narrative keeps bending until they are standing next to each other again, as if some deeper script under the script refuses to let them drift apart. The retcons also adjust the power dynamic in unsettling ways. In some episodes, Homer is framed as genuinely romantic, clumsy but sincere, a man whose consciousness is just clear enough to recognize Marge as his lifeline. In others, he is more manipulative or simply clueless, lying to impress her, or stumbling into commitment without understanding the weight of it, as though reality is constantly re-editing how guilty he should feel about the life that follows. This mirrors how Marge's adult storyline keeps almost branching away from him. Again and again, she nearly leaves, for Jacques at the bowling alley, for a calmer life without his drinking, for a version of herself that is more than a caretaker. Yet every time she stays, and the show quietly resets. What if these failed escapes are just later echoes of earlier, unwritten timelines, where she did choose someone else? Timelines that were erased the moment Homer's path needed to remain intact. The evidence becomes clear when we notice how even the foundation of Homer's marriage is built on sand. If the origin of their relationship cannot be pinned down, then the emotional bedrock of his adult life is resting on a story that keeps changing under his feet, like a dream rearranging its own prologue. And as we move into the next phase, Homer's early adulthood, the pregnancy, the birth of Bart, we'll see reality bend even further, contorting itself to keep him locked into one specific role: husband, father, and eventually exhausted nuclear plant employee. The accidental father. Bart's birth and the trap of responsibility. From here, the dreamlike prologue hardens into something that looks like consequence. Bart's conception is where the story stops being a hazy teenage romance and becomes a trap that closes, quietly, around Homer's life. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how that single moment operates as a lock on his future. Marge is young, hopeful, and still imagining a range of possible lives. Homer is drifting, clinging to carefree plans, bowling nights, and vague musical ambitions. Then the pregnancy test turns positive, and in multiple versions of the origin, we watch his consciousness flinch as the impossible suddenly becomes permanent. He is going to be a father. The series returns again and again to the same bleakly iconic beats. Homer, broke and panicking, proposes in the parking lot of a mini golf course with a cheap ring, a rushed gesture that feels more like surrender than romance. Their shotgun wedding in a tiny chapel, with Patty and Selma glowering and Abe half present, already carries the sense that this union is being pushed forward by circumstance more than choice. They move into a cramped, depressing apartment, where Homer fails to provide almost immediately, as surrounded by unpaid bills, broken furniture, and a crying infant who seems to arrive already disappointed in him. When examining different flashback episodes, the tonal drift becomes its own kind of evidence. In some episodes, Homer is framed as noble but overwhelmed, desperately taking the first job he can get at the Springfield nuclear power plant to support his new family, swallowing his pride as Mr. Burns reduces him to a number. In others, he is selfish and reluctant, vanishing to Moe's, raging at his situation, or even briefly abandoning Marge and the unborn Bart before guilt drags him back. Most telling is how the show keeps rewriting whether Bart's arrival is a blessing, a burden, or both, as if the narrative cannot decide how much blame to assign to a baby. According to this theory, that indecision hides a darker pattern. Bart's conception is the moment the universe chooses Homer's role and refuses to let go. From the instant Marge is pregnant, reality keeps bending to ensure he remains a husband, a father, and crucially, a nuclear safety inspector. Every alternate job, every wild detour into music, invention, or even space travel eventually snaps back to the plant, as though some unseen force insists that this is where he belongs. This mirrors how his inner life curdles under pressure. The drinking at Moe's, the obsessive TV watching, the bursts of anger at Bart that arrive faster than his apologies, can all be read as fallout from that original unchosen responsibility. What if Homer's famous laziness is less a natural trait and more a depressive withdrawal from a destiny he never selected with clear eyes? Most disturbing is the eerie pattern in episodes that experiment with different choices. When Homer doesn't marry Marge, or they never have children, or he avoids the plan entirely, the world feels off, thin, or collapses outright, and by the end, the timeline resets. The evidence becomes clear. Bart's birth functions as a fixed point that reality defends, and Bart himself carries that energy. He's literally the disruption that rewrote Homer's life, a walking embodiment of chaos and rebellion, whose pranks and defiance echo that first derailment. Their lifelong conflict feels less like simple father-son friction and more like an ongoing argument between a man and the moment his freedom ended. As Lisa and later Maggie arrive, this theory suggests that Homer's identity fractures even further. Each new child demands a new version of who he used to be, and the show obliges by inventing fresh, contradictory flashbacks, layering alternate pasts over each other until his history looks less like memory and more like a dream, trying to account for too many lives at once. From one kid to three, how Lisa and Maggie complicate Homer's story. From there, Lisa's arrival functions like a fault line running straight through that layered dream of the past. In most versions, she appears after a brief pocket of stability, a moment where Homer and Marge have survived Bart's chaos, found a rhythm, and almost begun to resemble a conventional young family. Then Marge becomes pregnant again, and the fragile balance collapses back into financial strain, overdue bills, and the quiet panic of a man who knows he is not as grown up as his life requires him to be. When examining the Lisa birth episodes, we see a pattern. Homer is always behind. He is scrambling for money, for a better job, for proof that he can be responsible, even as his emotional maturity lags far behind the expectations placed on him. In one version, he takes the job at the nuclear plant specifically to support Lisa, sacrificing whatever freedom he had left. In another, the background details update to newer music, newer cars, newer technology, but the emotional script remains identical, as though his consciousness is replaying the same crisis in an endlessly shifting decade. Maggie's birth is framed as the final tipping point. After years at the plant, Homer escapes to his dream job at the bowling alley, and a rare glimpse of him as content, engaged, and almost fulfilled. This theory suggests that this brief happiness is intolerable to the structure of the show's reality. As soon as Marge becomes pregnant again, the dream is revoked. Homer is forced back into nuclear safety work, signing away his freedom in exchange for a steady paycheck, literally rechaining himself to the glowing heart of Springfield's environmental nightmare. Most telling is how the series memorializes that decision. In the famous Do It For Her scene, we see Homer at his workstation, the walls of his cubicle plastered with what looks like a corporate motivational slogan. Only when the camera lingers do we notice the fragments of Maggie's baby photos hidden behind the letters, rearranged to form a private mantra. The joke is gentle, but the implication is not, and Homer has buried his joy beneath the phrase that keeps him compliant, transforming his daughter into both the reason he is trapped and the only thing that makes the trap bearable. According to this theory, each child becomes a new anchor point that forces the timeline to reconfigure itself. Lisa's birth drags his origin story into one era, Maggie's pulls it again into another, and every flashback episode updates the fashions, the music, the background technology, until his 20s and 30s dissolve into a blur of incompatible details. The evidence becomes clear when we notice that Lisa's intellectualism and Maggie's eerie competence stand in stark contrast to Homer's supposed stupidity. One child writes jazz-influenced protest songs. The other silently assembles complex plans, shoots Mr. Burns, and solves problems with uncanny precision. This mirrors how the show treats Homer's mind, damaged, yes, but occasionally capable of startling insight, as though brilliance and disaster are fighting for space in the same skull. Across these retellings, Homer's role as a father oscillates wildly. In one episode, he is neglectful, selfish, even dangerous, choking Bart or forgetting Lisa's recitals. In another, he is suddenly protective, self-sacrificing, and emotionally open, willing to lose his dream job, his dignity, or his life for a child's happiness. It feels less like a single man growing and more like different versions of Homer taking turns piloting the same body, each reset erasing the last lesson learned. If his children anchor the timeline, his job at the plant anchors him. To understand why his personality is so inconsistent, in this video we now have to follow him to the place that literally defines his title card. Homer Simpson, Nuclear Safety Inspector. The nuclear anomaly. Homer at the power plant. At the center of Homer's adult life, there is always the same fluorescent glow. No matter how many timelines shift around him, he returns again and again to the Springfield nuclear power plant, where his official job title sounds almost like a joke the universe is telling at his expense. Nuclear Safety Inspector, Sector 7G. On paper, this is a position that should demand razor-sharp focus and deep technical knowledge, a guardian role standing between the town and unimaginable catastrophe. In practice, when examining the episodes that actually show Homer at work, we see a man who routinely falls asleep at the console, tapes over warning lights, treats manuals as scrap paper, and cannot remember the most basic procedures, including which button prevents a meltdown and which one dispenses donuts. This theory suggests that the mismatch between the job's importance and Homer's abilities is not just comedy, but a clue. Across the series, the plant becomes a recurring stage for near apocalypses. We watch Homer cause a near meltdown during a routine inspection, walk out in the middle of a critical shift, and once, in Homer Defined, literally save the plant by pressing a random button he does not understand. There are radiation leaks that leave glowing animals wandering the streets, mishandled isotopes that roll out of his car and into the playground, safety drills he ignores, and inspections he sabotages by accident. Any one of these incidents should have killed him, his co-workers, or the entire town. Yet nothing permanently sticks. According to this theory, Homer's continued employment and survival at the plant is one of the clearest signs that normal cause and effect do not fully apply around him. He fails every competency test, is exposed as negligent again and again, and still, Mr. Burns either forgets, forgives, or conveniently needs him back. Most telling is how disasters that should end the series instead reset by the next episode, as if reality bends just enough to keep him in that chair, hands hovering over the wrong buttons. Visually, the plant's unreality leaks into every frame. Glowing green rods slip unnoticed into Homer's lunchbox or down the back of his shirt. Barrels of neon ooze sit unguarded in corridors, and he walks through clouds of steam and sparks without protective gear. He is irradiated, shocked, crushed, and briefly mutated, yet his body and mind return to baseline by the next scene, with only his chronic stupidity and headaches left as residue. The evidence becomes clear. The laws of physics here are flexible, but only in the direction of preserving Homer's role. In this video, we can treat the plant as more than a workplace. It starts to look like a narrative machine, a kind of industrial-scale ritual that locks Homer into the archetype of the blue-collar everyman. Whenever he escapes, becoming an astronaut, a musician, an inventor, a monorail conductor, those adventures almost always begin with him quitting or being fired from the plant. And they almost always end with financial desperation, cosmic coincidence, or Mr. Burns's whims pulling him back. And this mirrors how dreams snap back to a familiar setting no matter how far you wander. What if the constant radiation bath explains more than just slapstick injuries? Prolonged exposure could underlie his cognitive problems, his memory gaps, and the way reality itself seems to warp around him in more surreal episodes clustered at work. Time loops, hallucinated inspectors, impossible disasters that reverse themselves. In that reading, the plant is both the source of his damage and the anchor of his consciousness. And outside those gates, his life splinters. Dozens of bizarre side careers, aliases, and identities flicker in and out, as if Homer is constantly trying to escape the role the universe has assigned him, only to find that every dream detour, no matter how grand, eventually leads him back to the same flickering control panel in Sector 7G. 1,000 jobs, one man, Homer's impossible resume. From here, the pattern starts to look less like a working man's resume and more like a stress test on one fragile consciousness. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at the way Homer keeps slipping into entirely new lives. Astronaut, barbershop singer, heavyweight boxer, food critic, inventor of ridiculous devices, monorail conductor, police officer, missionary in a distant island village, college mascot. Each episode presents a new identity with a straight face, as if it is completely natural that the same man who naps at a nuclear control panel is suddenly trusted with space travel, public safety, or spiritual guidance. When examining these careers, the impossibility becomes obvious, and to be an astronaut, Homer is rushed through NASA training that in reality would demand years of education, psychological screening, and physical conditioning. To become a cop, he is handed a badge and firearm despite his criminal record, alcoholism, and documented incompetence. As a food critic, he acquires instant cultural influence with no writing background, and as a successful musician, he displays timing, harmony, and stage presence that contradict his usual clumsiness. The evidence becomes clear that the universe of Springfield is not following any coherent professional logic. According to this theory, that's the point. Homer's career hopping is less about gag of the week comedy and more about a universe running simulations on him. Brief experiments in alternate lives, quickly evaluated, then discarded. What if Homer were a genius inventor? What if Homer were an inspiring leader? What if Homer were a celebrated artist? Each scenario is spun up, played out to either absurd success or catastrophic failure. And then, without fanfare, the system resets him to the plant as if nothing significant has happened. Most telling is how these episodes are structured. Homer stumbles into the new job almost by accident, rises with implausible speed or self-destructs in spectacular fashion, and then, by the final scene, is back in Sector 7G, or on the family couch, his brief alternate life compressed into a single throwaway line or visual gag. There are almost no lasting consequences, no sustained career arcs, only flickers of identity that vanish as the next episode begins. Yet those detours expose something unsettling. Again and again, Homer reveals pockets of real competence. He can be musically gifted, a persuasive leader, a creative problem solver who occasionally saves his family, the town, or even the world. This mirrors how damaged people in reality can still have islands of brilliance, suggesting that his mind is not empty, but misdirected, scrambled, or continually overwritten. This theory suggests that Homer is a narrative experiment, a character the show keeps plugging into different roles to see which version of him works, then collapsing the timeline back to the baseline nuclear worker, leaving only faint echoes of those jobs in his personality and his restless craving for novelty, danger, and escape. What if, on some level, he remembers? What if the sense that he has lived 1,000 discarded lives is what drives him to chase every new thrill, and no matter how reckless or impossible? To understand why Homer can be both brilliant and idiotic, both savior and saboteur, we now have to go inside his head, literally, into the medical and psychological damage that might make a human mind so easy to rewrite. The broken brain, concussions, crayons, and Homer's intelligence. When examining Homer's mind as an object, not a personality, one episode stands out like a medical case file left open on the table. In Hom, doctors discover that Homer has spent his entire adult life with a literal crayon lodged in his brain, hammered up his nose as a child and quietly pressing on the centers of reason and judgment. The crayon is removed. His intelligence spikes. He becomes articulate, thoughtful, suddenly capable of understanding Lisa's world instead of stumbling through it. For a brief span, we see a different consciousness piloting the same yellow body. Homer reads complex books, calculates nuclear safety risks, and grasps the moral implications of his job at the plant with chilling clarity. His new intellect alienates him from his friends, terrifies his co-workers, and even unsettles his family, who are used to a softer, duller presence. Then comes a decision that turns a sitcom joke into psychological horror. He chooses to have the crayon reinserted, deliberately destroying his own cognitive gains to restore the familiar, stupid Homer everyone prefers. This theory suggests that the crayon is not just a gag, but a symbol for a lifetime of brain damage that the series keeps quietly documenting. Across hundreds of episodes, Homer sustains concussions from falls off roofs, are repeated blows to the head from cars, fists, bats, and wrecking balls, and an entire boxing career where his strategy is to absorb impossible punishment until opponents collapse from exhaustion. He crashes cars, explodes in factories, endures radiation leaks, and survives accidents that, in any consistent reality, would leave permanent cognitive deficits rather than a reset at the commercial break. According to this theory, Homer's brain is a patchwork organ, repeatedly altered by trauma, radiation from the nuclear plant, and rare moments of medical intervention. Different versions of Homer's cognition surface like channels flickering on a damaged television. The idiot man-child, the sudden savant, the creative tinkerer who designs the disastrous Homer car, or the strangely insightful father who can deliver a profound emotional speech about love, loss, or parental fear. Most telling is how these flashes of competence never fully stick. They recede, as if the mind that produced them cannot maintain a stable configuration. In this video, we are going to be taking a look at how that crayon choice reframes his entire character. On paper, Homer is stupid because the show needs a fool. Within the fiction, though, he is a man who once experienced clarity, knew what he was losing, and still asked a doctor to make him less intelligent, less aware, less himself, in order to remain lovable to his family and acceptable to his community. What kind of buried self-awareness and what level of despair are required for a person to consent to their own erasure? And this mirrors how the show's sliding continuity works. If Homer's brain is damaged and his memories unreliable, then the constant retcons, his childhood in the 1950s, then the 1970s, then the 1990s, begin to feel like distorted recollections from a mind that cannot anchor itself in time. The past shifts because the narrator is neurologically unstable. Most telling is how doctors and authority figures in Springfield shrug off his injuries. Dr. Hibbert laughs, the plant's medical staff clears him for work, and the town treats his survival as a running joke, as if the universe itself prefers Homer as a pliable, comedic figure rather than a fully conscious person. The evidence becomes clear. Something, within the story or above it, benefits from keeping Homer's mind dulled. And if his brain can withstand all this, what does that say about his body? The same organism that absorbs brain damage also survives endless overeating, strangulations, and even space travel. As though Homer is not just a man, but some other kind of resilient, cartoon flesh entity. In the next section, we will follow that line of thought outward into Homer's impossible physical durability and ask what kind of creature can live like this without ever truly dying or changing. The indestructible everyman, Homer's body and medical mysteries. If Homer's mind can bend around trauma, his body seems to bend around death. When examining his medical history across the series, the evidence becomes clear that we are not dealing with a normal human organism, but with something closer to a fixed point in Springfield's reality, an indestructible everyman who can be harmed, but never truly removed. Across countless episodes, Homer experiences a catalogue of injuries that, in our world, would end a life or at least alter it permanently. We see him suffer multiple heart attacks, including the famous episode where his arteries are so clogged that doctors describe his chest as a ticking time bomb. Yet he walks out of the hospital functionally unchanged. He becomes dangerously obese, reaching 300 pounds and beyond in his attempt to work from home, his organs visibly strained, his heart under constant threat, and still his body rebounds to its usual shape by the next story, as if mass and metabolism are only loose suggestions. Radiation exposure is a constant in his life as a nuclear safety inspector. Homer falls into reactor cores, bathes in green light, and handles glowing rods with his bare hands, while other characters treat these events as jokes rather than medical emergencies. He is poisoned by fugu, survives repeated electrocutions, endures organ failures, and is crushed, burned and mangled by cars, carnival rides, and workplace accidents. Yet he reappears in the next episode with no wheelchair, no scars, no chronic pain. According to this theory, the show is not just exaggerating slapstick, it is quietly signaling that Homer's biology obeys cartoon physics more than human anatomy. The doctors of Springfield notice this. In one episode, an X-ray reveals Homer's skull is abnormally thick, his brain compressed and oddly shaped, and we are told that this density both protects him from and causes damage. In another, medical staff comment on his strange brain activity, his abnormal pain tolerance, and his ability to survive conditions that should be fatal. He becomes a medical curiosity, a walking contradiction whose chart does not make sense, which, in this video, we treat as textual evidence that the universe is actively maintaining him. Most telling is how his weight and eating habits function. Homer's obsessive love of donuts, pork, and junk food is not just a character quirk. It becomes a recurring experiment in how much abuse his body can take. He eats entire trays of pastries, devours steaks the size of his torso, drinks to blackout levels, and yet his body stretches and rebounds from extreme obesity to relative normalcy from one episode to the next. This mirrors how his mind resets after emotional catastrophes, stretched, stressed, then snapped back into place. Homer's many near-death experiences often trigger brief flashes of clarity. When he believes he is dying from fugu poisoning, he spends a night trying to be a better husband and father. When he meets the ghostly form of Maud Flanders, or converses with God in dreamlike states, he shows repentance and insight, as if his consciousness is brushing up against a boundary. But those revelations never last. Reality resets, his behavior reverts, and the town accepts the restoration without comment, as though the universe itself rejects any permanent change in him. This theory suggests that Homer's indestructibility is not a joke at all, but an ontological requirement. If he dies or fundamentally changes, Springfield's fragile reality, already warped by radiation, corruption, and dream logic, might collapse. He is the narrative anchor. He can be shot into space, blown up in explosions, or dragged through hellish injuries. But he always returns to the couch, to Mose, and to the plant, as if pulled back by an unseen force that insists the story must begin again in the same place. If that is true, then to understand the full extent of this anomaly, we have to look beyond the main continuity. The next part of this video will drift into the alternate futures and universes of The Simpsons, and ask what happens when Homer's life is finally allowed to diverge, age, or even end, and whether those timelines reveal what he really is beneath the cartoon flesh. Future tense, flash forwards, and the many possible Homers. So when the main timeline refuses to move, the series does something stranger. It jumps ahead. It shows us futures that cannot all be true at once, yet all feel, in a quiet way, inevitable. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at those flash-forward episodes as if they are branching timelines, each one a different answer to the question of what Homer Simpson becomes when the years finally catch up. The most famous branch arrives in Lisa's wedding, where we see a 2010 that no longer exists, yet still haunts the show's continuity. Homer is older, heavier, still at the nuclear plant, still emotionally clinging to Marge while Lisa prepares to marry an upper-class British snob. Later episodes like Bart to the Future, Future Drama, Holidays of Future Past, and Days of Future Future repeat this structure. Bart and Lisa as adults, Christmases that have not happened, are milestone years that slide forward with our own calendar, while Homer hovers in a permanent late middle age. When examining these futures together, the range of possible Homers is wide but oddly constrained. In some timelines, he still trudges to the power plant. In others, he is retired, been fired, or shuffled into some vague disability status as his health finally collapses. Sometimes he is softer and more mellow, numbed by time and medication. Sometimes he's more broken, alcoholic, or literally cloned into replacement bodies as in Days of Future Future. Yet across these variations, the pattern repeats. He is almost always still married to Marge, still orbiting his children's lives, still pulled into Bart's failures and Lisa's ambitions, whether they want him there or not. According to this theory, these episodes are not definitive predictions but projections from the same underlying character template. Each future is a branch generated by fixed inputs. Homer's impulsivity, his dependence on comfort, his low but elastic intelligence, his entanglement with the nuclear plant, and his inability to fully separate from his family. Change the external circumstances, Bart as a deadbeat, a musician, a Supreme Court justice in a joke, Lisa as president, academic, or disillusioned professional, and the outcomes differ on the surface, while the Homer at the center remains eerily stable. Most telling is how certain motifs refuse to disappear. Homer's health problems, hinted at for decades as jokes about heart attacks, strokes, and brain damage, finally manifest as chronic illness, obesity-related decline, or death respawn technology. His bond with Bart stays strained yet enduring. They argue, disappoint each other, and still share a guilty loyalty that neither can escape. His reaction to Lisa barely changes across timelines. He is baffled, proud, awed, and vaguely frightened by her achievements, treating her success as something almost supernatural. And beneath it all, his emotional dependence on Marge intensifies, as if the older he gets, the more his consciousness requires her presence just to stabilize his sense of reality. These futures also expose the show's timeline problem in a way that feels almost deliberate. Technology and culture advance. Hovercars, advanced VR, social media, impossible medical procedures. Yet Homer's age and backstory remain fuzzy, retconned from a 1950s childhood to the 70s, 80s, and beyond. This mirrors how a dream updates its props without ever clarifying when anything happens. The evidence becomes clear. Homer does not live in chronological time. He lives in narrative time, a floating present that drags his origin forward while never letting him leave his late 30s identity. This theory suggests something quietly disturbing. No matter what changes, Bart's career, Lisa's marriages, Maggie finally speaking with an adult voice, Homer himself cannot evolve beyond a certain threshold. He can mellow, relapse, gain, or lose jobs, but he never truly graduates from being the eternal, flawed, loving, stubborn, middle-aged father, always on the edge of self-improvement, yet pulled back by the gravity of his archetype. In one branch, he is a has-been. In another, a grieving clone. In another, a doddering grandparent. Yet the core remains identical, as if some deeper rule of the show's reality forbids permanent change. If these flash-forwards are gentle experiments in aging Homer while keeping his essence intact, the series does have places where that rule is briefly suspended. The next part of this video will drift into the more extreme laboratories of his identity, the treehouse of horror segments and multiverse stories, where entirely different Homers are allowed to exist, suffer, transform, and even die, before the narrative snaps back to the one version that never truly leaves the couch. Treehouse of Homer, horror universes, and what they reveal. If the main series keeps Homer's consciousness on a couch, then Treehouse of Horror throws him into a furnace. These episodes are officially non-canon, but in this video, we're going to be treating them as controlled experiments, as if the writers were stress-testing the character by dropping him into impossible nightmares and seeing what breaks first, his body, his mind, or reality itself. According to this theory, every Treehouse of Horror segment is an exaggerated reflection of something already present in the real Homer. When examining Homer as a killer, for instance, we see episodes where he axes his co-workers, slaughters celebrities, or hunts his own family under the influence of haunted hotels and cursed objects. On paper, it's parody, yet the episodes quietly echo his everyday anger, the strangling of Bart, the road rage, the fantasies of revenge. The horror versions simply strip away the laugh track and let those impulses run to their logical, bloody conclusion. Other stories push him into the role of victim rather than predator. Homer is devoured by a cursed donut contract with the devil Flanders, fused with a snake, or mutilated by malfunctioning gadgets like the cursed toaster that shatters the timeline. In each case, his gluttony, laziness, or technological incompetence becomes a literal curse, turning his weaknesses into external monsters that bite back. The evidence becomes clear that the horror universes are not random. They are precise amplifications of his defining traits. Most telling is how often Homer breaks reality itself. He travels back to the dinosaur era with that toaster, crushes a mosquito, and returns to a warped Springfield, where his family has reptile tongues or terrifying wealth. He grants careless wishes through monkey paws and unleashes apocalyptic futures through simple stupidity, or mutates into a giant blob that devours the town. This mirrors how the main show constantly bends its own continuity around him, shifting his childhood from the 1950s to the 1990s, rewriting his origin stories and resetting death-defying injuries as if the timeline were soft clay molded around one confused man. This theory suggests that these horror episodes are alternate branches of a larger Homer multiverse, branches that were pruned. Each killer Homer, each monster Homer, each time-ripping Homer represents a path where his worst impulses were fully unleashed and could not be walked back. The main continuity, the one that always returns to the couch, is simply the branch that survived, carrying only faint echoes of those extremes in his daily negligence, his flashes of rage, and his strangely durable body. Yet even in his most grotesque forms, Homer often remains oddly sympathetic. He sells his soul for a donut out of hunger and desperation, not malice. He destroys worlds without understanding the rules of the universe he's touching. He sacrifices himself for his family in tragic, overblown gestures that parody heroism while still feeling sincere. Across universes, his core essence, sad, hungry, loving, foolish, persists, as if some underlying Homerness cannot be erased by any curse. If these horror segments hint at a secret multiverse of Homers, the series eventually stops hinting and starts showing. The next part of this video will move from haunted toasters and devil's contracts into full-blown alternate timelines and parallel worlds, where entire realities are built around different answers to a single question. Which Homer, if any, is the real one? The Homerverse, infinite Homers and the question of the real. From that point on, the show stops hiding behind haunted appliances and holiday specials and begins staging something larger, an open, almost casual multiverse of Homers. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how, once the door is opened, versions of Homer start spilling out everywhere until the idea of a single, real Homer becomes very hard to defend. When examining the series as a whole, we see explicit fractures in reality. There is the famous three-dimensional Homer in Treehouse of Horror 6, stepping through a wall into a CGI void, treated as a throwaway gag, yet quietly confirming parallel dimensions. And there are the flash-forward episodes where Homer is a graying grandfather, or an older, softer presence at Lisa's wedding, existing side by side with episodes that insist he is still 39. There are crowds of alternate Homers in later multiverse jokes: Cowboy Homer, Robot Homer, Hyper-intelligent Homer, all gathered as if reality can generate endless permutations of one tired man in a white shirt and blue pants. On the surface, these scenes function as jokes. Homer meets a smarter version of himself, or glimpses a world where he made a different choice, and the punchline is usually that he remains the same buffoon regardless. But the evidence becomes clear once we step back. If there are infinite Homers, each as real inside their own continuity as ours, and then nothing guarantees that the one we follow from episode to episode is uniquely authentic. According to this theory, we are not watching a single consciousness extended through time, but a role that keeps being recast by the universe. This theory suggests that the sliding timeline is not a glitch, but a handoff. Instead of one man whose past is constantly rewritten, from growing up in the 1950s, to being a teenager in the 1970s, to playing in a grunge band in the 1990s, we might be watching a sequence of closely related Homers, each one waking up with inherited memories, a familiar family, and a slightly altered personal history. Most telling is how no one in Springfield ever reacts to these shifts. The town simply accepts the newest configuration as if it has always been true. There is an eerie comfort in this idea. No matter how many universes we pass through, there is always a Homer. Always married to Marge, always the father of 3 yellow children, always drawn back to the nuclear plant and the sagging couch. This mirrors how, in our own minds, decades of different writers, animators, and eras all compress into one continuous man, even as his intelligence, jobs, and temperament swing wildly from episode to episode. Under a multiverse framing, his impossible survivals, abrupt career resets, and personality whiplash begin to look less like sloppy continuity and more like quiet replacements. When one Homer's story breaks too badly, when his body should be destroyed, or his character becomes irreparably cruel, another nearly identical Homer steps in, and the town continues as though nothing happened. If Homer himself is a shifting role rather than a stable person, what does that mean for the people closest to him? The next part of this video will leave the cosmic scale behind and return to the living room, to Bart, Lisa, and Maggie, and ask a quieter, more intimate question. What kind of father emerges when your very identity is this unstable? Homer the father, monster, clown, or secretly the hero? So we leave the collapsing timelines and impossible multiverses behind, and we come back to something deceptively simple. A worn-out man on a sagging couch, in a small yellow living room, surrounded by 3 children. In this video, after charting Homer through brain damage, alternate futures, and looping realities, we return to the image that appears in episode after episode, the one his entire consciousness keeps circling back to, Homer as a father. On the surface, that role looks disturbingly contradictory. This is the same man who routinely wraps his hands around Bart's neck in a strangling gesture played as a joke, who tunes out Lisa's carefully prepared sax solos and science projects, who can literally forget Maggie exists until he sees her baby photos on the wall. Yet this is also the man who works a soul-crushing job as a nuclear safety inspector, who stands next to glowing rods and malfunctioning cores, who absorbs physical danger and chronic stress so his family can keep their house, their food, their television. According to this theory, fatherhood is the point where every anomaly in Homer's life converges. The broken childhood with Abe and Mona, the unstable timeline that keeps dragging his youth from the 1950s into the 90s, the crayon lodged in his brain, the indestructible body that survives explosions and falls, and the multiverse of alternate Homers we see in Treehouse of Horror, all funnel into one question. What kind of father emerges when reality itself keeps rewriting the man raising you? When examining the children, the evidence becomes clear that each one reflects a different fragment of Homer's mind. Bart is his chaos and resentment made flesh, the part of him that lashes out, refuses to grow up, and treats life as a prank before it can hurt him first. Lisa is his buried intelligence and conscience, the version of Homer who might have existed without the brain injury, without the toxins, the one who still believes in ethics, art, and a coherent future. Maggie, he almost silent, is his wordless capacity for devotion, the part of him that will leap in front of a bullet or give up his dreams without needing to explain why. Most telling is how the series quietly balances genuine heroism with genuine horror. We see Homer go to space, take dangerous construction jobs, even give up a dream of being a musician or an inventor when his family needs him, enduring humiliation and pain so they do not have to. This mirrors how, in other episodes, he forgets school recitals, drives drunk with the kids in the car, or explodes in rage that would be terrifying in any non-animated reality. This theory suggests that Homer never becomes consistently good or consistently bad, because his growth keeps getting erased by the reset button logic of Springfield. Each breakthrough with Bart, each moment of understanding Lisa, each tender glance at Maggie is undone by the next episode, as though some external force wipes his progress and drops him back at zero. Over years of watching, we hold all these Homers in our mind at once: abuser and protector, idiot and savant, villain and hero. The show refuses to resolve him into a single archetype, and so our judgment of him never quite settles either. As we move deeper into his relationships with Bart, Lisa, and Maggie, the unsettling possibility emerges that the real horror is not that Homer's life doesn't make sense, but that, despite all of this, we still care what kind of father he turns out to be. The accident that broke his brain, Homer's crayon and manufactured stupidity, if our feelings about Homer keep slipping between affection and unease, and one episode in particular turns that uncertainty into something closer to horror. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at HOMR, the episode that suggests Homer's entire consciousness has been physically edited, not just by trauma or time, but by a tiny object lodged deep inside his brain. The story begins almost clinically. Homer becomes a test subject at a medical research facility, and as part of the process, doctors run a full brain scan. On the monitor, they uncover something impossible for a real-world patient, but disturbingly consistent with the show's logic: a waxy crayon, lodged in the frontal lobe, sitting there since childhood like a forgotten landmine. When they remove it, Homer's intelligence surges. He suddenly understands complex ideas, reads voraciously, and even bonds with Lisa over science and ethics in a way we rarely see. According to this theory, that transformation is not just a joke about smart Homer for one episode, but evidence that the original Homer Simpson was above average in intelligence. His famous stupidity, the thing that defines him in popular culture, becomes a decades-long brain injury rather than an inherent trait. When examining his life through this lens, the evidence becomes clear. The reckless choices, the short temper, the chronic inability to learn from consequences all track less as personality quirks and more as symptoms. Most telling is how the crayon doesn't just change his test scores. It rewrites his relationships, his memories, his very sense of self. This theory suggests that countless decisions, taking the nuclear plant job, as staying in a stagnant routine, yelling instead of reflecting, were all filtered through a damaged mind. His identity has literally been tampered with by a foreign object, so his entire reality might be the byproduct of a tiny piece of wax pressing on the wrong neurons. Then comes the most chilling choice. Overwhelmed by awareness, alienated from his friends, and painfully conscious of the world's cruelty, Homer asks to have the crayon reinserted. He chooses to become dull again so he can be happy. This mirrors how people retreat from painful truths, but in his case, it's literal self-sabotage, a surgical denial of growth. He would rather injure his brain than live with clarity. Fans also point out the implication that Abe was the one who shoved the crayon up there in the first place, and turning a careless moment of parenting into a lifetime neurological sentence. It reframes their already strained relationship. The father who mocked his son's failures may have helped manufacture them. Once we accept that his brain has been compromised for most of his life, continuity errors start to look less like writerly mistakes and more like an unreliable narrator struggling to piece together a scrambled timeline. This theory even offers a diegetic reason for why Homer can be brilliant in one episode, designing inventions, solving complex problems, and impossibly foolish in another. What if we are watching a damaged mind fluctuate around a wound? And if a single crayon can rewrite Homer, what about the other medical events scattered across the series? The concussions, the comas, the radiation exposure at the plant. And the next part of our story asks whether each impact, each dose, is quietly overwriting him again and again, until the Homer we know is just the latest draft. Radiation Man, the nuclear plant as a memory-distorting machine. Each impact rewrites him. Each dose does too. If the crayon was a single, surgical insult to Homer's mind, then the Springfield nuclear power plant is the slow, humming background experiment that never ends. A place where his consciousness is exposed not once, but thousands of times, until the boundary between accident and personality starts to blur. From a surface-level view, Homer's career at the plant is a running joke, an improbably stable job for an improbably incompetent man. He is hired, fired, and rehired across episode after episode, walking back into Sector 7G as if nothing happened, even after near meltdowns, public disasters, and complete dereliction of duty. When examining this pattern as evidence, the plant begins to look less like an employer and more like a containment facility, determined to keep Homer in proximity to its core no matter what he does. Visually, the show never lets us forget what that core is doing. Glowing green rods are mishandled like toys, barrels of waste leak into rivers, and safety violations are treated as background decoration. In this video, we are treating those gags as environmental horror. According to this theory, every glowing rod that rolls under Homer's chair, every puff of unfiltered steam, is another microdose of something that does not just poison the body, but gradually warps cognition, attention, and memory. There are episodes where that subtext becomes text. A Homer briefly mutates extra arms, grows luminous in the dark, or develops unexplained rashes and illnesses after direct exposure to radiation. The series plays these as surreal punchlines, but this theory suggests that each incident is cumulative trauma. A brain repeatedly bathed in low-level radiation can lose its ability to form stable memories, regulate mood, or distinguish dream from waking reality, which tracks disturbingly well with Homer's fragmented life story and sudden unexplained shifts in intelligence. Most telling is how the control room itself is depicted. Panels of random buttons, nonsensical warning lights, and unreadable gauges surround Homer, yet nothing ever works the same way twice. This mirrors how his inner world behaves. Rules change between episodes, cause and effect break down, and his reactions seem to follow an internal logic that the audience can feel but not fully map. The environment he sits in 8 hours a day is a physical model of his scrambled internal circuitry. The plant's influence extends far beyond Homer. Three-eyed fish swim in nearby waters, townspeople develop strange illnesses, and Springfield survives explosions, meltdowns, and near-apocalyptic events, only to reset by the next episode. Reality itself seems slightly unstable in a radius around those cooling towers, as if the town's weekly amnesia is another symptom of chronic exposure. The evidence becomes clear when we recast a familiar setting, the plant, as a sinister, ongoing experiment on Homer, encouraging us to reinterpret countless gags as signs of deeper damage. Authority figures complete the pattern. Mr. and Burns treat safety as an obstacle to profit, just as Abe treated Homer's childhood brain injury as an inconvenience to be ignored. In both cases, older men trade Homer's long-term mental health for short-term comfort or gain. Over years, the result is a man whose mind has been edited by neglect, impact, and irradiation. By this reading, the plant is not just a workplace, but a background machine, always humming, always leaking, quietly eroding Homer's sense of a continuous, coherent life story. If the walls of Sector 7G are rewriting him, what happens when we follow him outside those walls, into the town that shares his exposure? The many deaths of Homer J. Simpson, a man who won't stay dead. If the plant is constantly rewriting Homer, and the town around him seems determined to test how many times that file can be corrupted and reloaded, Homer doesn't just get hurt. He dies, or comes so close to death that a normal human body would not return, and yet he drifts back to the couch as if his consciousness has been quietly copied and pasted. When examining the series as a whole, we can catalogue a morbid inventory. in Homer's triple bypass, his heart simply gives out from years of stress and abuse, and he is clinically on the edge of death until an experimental surgery pulls him back. In Homer versus Lisa and the Eighth Commandment, he's electrocuted repeatedly. In Homer the Heretic, he is crushed by a collapsing house, surviving a scenario that should have snapped his spine. Explosions at the plant, car crashes, falls down ravines, and direct hits from cannonballs pile up, on each one an event that should end a life. But in this video, we're treating them as resets. We do need to separate the overtly non-canon deaths from Treehouse of Horror. There, Homer is eaten, dismembered, cloned, vaporized, and fed through meat grinders with almost routine regularity. He dies in the shinning, is turned into food in Nightmare Cafeteria, and is replaced by malfunctioning Homers in Send in the Clones. These are framed as jokes, but most telling is how comfortable the show becomes with the idea that Homer is disposable, that multiple Homers can exist at once, and that killing him is narratively harmless. Outside the anthology episodes, his brushes with the void become stranger. In So It's Come to This, a Simpsons clip show, a prank puts him in a full coma after a fall down the stairs. In Homer, invasive brain surgery removes the crayon from his skull, effectively killing and rebooting his personality. Hospital rooms, heart monitors, and drifting dream sequences recur, forming liminal spaces where his reality can branch or reset, as if each medical crisis is a software update on a damaged operating system. According to this theory, the pattern is the point. Homer wakes from catastrophic injury with no lasting physical consequences, and, more disturbingly, no consistent psychological ones. This mirrors how a game character respawns with the same basic stats, but slightly altered behavior depending on what the player has learned. He has heart attacks, strokes, and concussions, yet his day-to-day life returns to a default state. The plant, mows, the couch, a vague memory of what came before, and this is where the mind becomes unstable. Each time his body stops or nearly stops, his memories scramble. One episode shows a tender, competent young Homer. Another rewrites his early adulthood into pure idiocy. Childhood shifts from the 1950s to the 1990s. The evidence becomes clear when we notice that many retcons follow a major injury or medical scare, as if the show is quietly telling us that a new Homer has been loaded into the same slot. The crayon and the radiation become less like jokes and more like maintenance tools. His brain is pierced, irradiated, concussed, and revived, yet the man who returns is always recognizably Homer and never fully the same. This theory suggests that what we call Homer Simpson is not one continuous person, but a sequence of near-identical Homers, and each inheriting a corrupted save file from the last catastrophe. What if death, for Homer, is not an ending, but a scheduled reset, a background process that keeps Springfield running at the cost of his continuity? As we move forward, we can start asking who benefits from a town where one man can die 100 times and still clock in on Monday. Homer the everyman, Homer the impossible. How one man has done everything. If Springfield needs Homer to die and come back, it can. If it needs him to become something entirely new, it does that too. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at the other half of that pattern, the way Homer's career history reads less like a resume and more like a rotating character select screen. When examining his life, the sheer number of jobs is the first red flag. Official counts put him at well over 150 occupations, but even a casual memory tour is unsettling. Homer as NASA astronaut, standing on a space shuttle. Homer as heavyweight boxer, trading blows with Drederick Tatum. Homer as musician with the B-Sharps. Homer as inventor of the Homer car. Homer as food critic, monorail conductor, police officer, missionary, snowplow driver, farmer, bodyguard, sanitation commissioner. Even briefly, the voice of a cartoon dog. The list feels endless because narratively, it is. This theory suggests that each new job is not just a gag, but a soft reboot of his entire consciousness. In one episode, he is a nuclear safety inspector with no particular ambition. In the next, he is recruited by NASA, cleared for launch, and sent into orbit with almost no training montage, no realistic timeline, and no lasting consequences. He returns to the plant as if the mission were a dream, as if reality politely folded itself back into its default setting once the story finished. Most telling is how each profession arrives preloaded. As a boxer, Homer suddenly has a known record and a reputation. As a musician, he can harmonize and perform to stadium crowds. As a food critic, he instantly acquires influence, contacts, and a recognizable byline. The episode grants him a fully formed skill set, a brief arc of fame or notoriety, and then wipes the slate clean. This mirrors how video game avatars can equip a new class, keeping the same body while swapping out abilities and backstory on demand. According to this theory, Homer is not a stable person, but a flexible narrative construct, an avatar deployed into whatever genre the writers want to inhabit that week. Sports drama, workplace satire, space adventure, religious parable. His true life bends around these shifts, retrofitting his past just enough to justify the new role, then snapping back to a generic middle-aged father template once the credits roll. The eerie implication is that his core identity is hollow enough to accept these repeated overwrites without visible damage. Sometimes he remembers. There are episodes where Homer nostalgically recalls his time in space, or references his barbershop quartet days. But just as often, enormous life events, running the monorail, nearly dying in the ring, converting an island as a missionary, are never mentioned again, as if quarantined in isolated bubbles of continuity. The rest of the family behaves the same way. Marge doesn't cite his past as a successful musician when worrying about money. Bart and Lisa rarely leverage the fact that their father has literally been an astronaut. Their selective amnesia keeps the timeline from accumulating into a coherent history, preserving the illusion of an ordinary dad whose impossible experiences never quite stick. What does that do to his role as husband and father? If Homer can be rewritten into anything at any time, we have to ask whether the man tucking his children in at night is the same Homer who once left them for space, for fame, for danger, or if the family is quietly living with a sequence of interchangeable Homers, each one convinced he's the original. The elastic marriage, Homer and Marge. Across shifting timelines. If Homer can be swapped like a defective part, his marriage is the one component the show refuses to replace. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how Homer and Marge's relationship behaves less like a normal romance and more like the anchor point around which the rest of reality is quietly rewritten. The earliest version is deceptively simple. In The Way We Was, they're high school sweethearts in the 1970s, framed in warm, nostalgic tones. Disco lights at the prom, bell-bottoms, Marge as a feminist student protesting the Vietnam-adjacent culture around her, Homer as a drifting underachiever who falls for her instantly. The episode treats this as the definitive origin, the moment where their lives lock together, and it does so with the confidence of a memory that cannot be altered. But then the decades start to move, and the couple does not. Later flashbacks drag their teenage years into the 1980s, and then the 1990s, and even the 2000s, each time updating the soundtrack, the fashion, and the technology, while insisting this is still the same first love. That 90s show abruptly places them in a grunge-era relationship, with Homer as an alt-rock musician and Marge briefly involved with a young Professor Frink stand-in figure, overwriting earlier details from The Way We Was without apology. According to this theory, each retcon is not a mistake, but a forced migration of their courtship to keep them eternally about 20 years ago. Other episodes, like The Way We Weren't, complicate things further by revealing pre-high school encounters that contradict the supposed first meeting in the 1970s storyline. When examining these conflicting accounts, and the evidence becomes clear, the show is less interested in a stable history than in preserving one non-negotiable outcome: that Homer and Marge end up married with 3 children in present-day Springfield. Most telling is how Marge's perception of Homer barely changes across these shifting decades. Whether he's a 70s slacker, an 80s burger flipper, or a 90s musician, she always describes the same emotional core: a flawed, often irresponsible man who somehow makes her feel seen, protected, and needed. It is as if her consciousness retains the feeling tone of their relationship, while the specific decade is wiped and rewritten, suggesting memory editing at the narrative level rather than simple nostalgia. This mirrors how their proposal, shotgun wedding, and early financial struggles are restaged again and again with new window dressing. One version has them rushing to marry at a rundown chapel with Marge already pregnant. Another leans into Reagan-era economics. Another folds in 90s pop culture. Yet the emotional beats remain identical. Homer's panic, Marge's quiet resolve, the looming threat of poverty, and the decision to form a family anyway. This theory suggests that Homer and Marge are trapped in a repeating story pattern, condemned to relive their origin in new clothes and new music every time the present advances. What if the universe of the show will bend any rule, erase any decade, as long as it can reassert this marriage as the fixed point? If that bond is the anchor holding Springfield's impossible timeline together, then every affair scare, every separation, every marital crisis we see later might not just threaten their happiness, but trigger even more aggressive reality corrections as the world scrambles to keep them together at any cost. Homer the husband, infidelity, regret, and the glitches in his devotion. So when we watch Homer stumble toward those affair storylines, we're not just seeing sitcom drama. We're watching the timeline itself flex around the one rule it refuses to break. The clearest example is Mindy Simmons, the attractive, donut-loving co-worker, who mirrors Homer's vices and desires so perfectly that their connection feels less like chemistry and more like a glitch in the system, as if reality accidentally generated a more compatible partner and then had to clean up the mistake. In that episode, everything conspires to push Homer over the edge. The business trip, the hotel room, the romantic snow, and the way Mindy understands him without demanding growth. It should be the moment the marriage fractures. Yet most telling is how the story swerves at the last possible second, with Homer choosing Marge in a grand emotional flourish. as if some invisible editor grabbed the reel and yanked it back into alignment before the fixed point could shatter. We see this pattern again and again. Homer flirts with the idea of infidelity, or drifts into emotional affairs, or loses himself in addictions and obsessions that function like surrogate lovers. But in this video, we're going to be taking a look at how the endings almost always snap back to a dramatic reaffirmation of his love for Marge. The speeches, the last-minute dashes home, and the sudden clarity during a fantasy sequence or hallucination all feel less like organic growth and more like emergency repairs to the narrative structure. When examining Homer's behavior across the series, the contrast is unsettling. On one level, he is chronically neglectful. He forgets anniversaries, spends rent money at Moe's, abandons Marge's emotional needs for television, food, or a new hobby. On another level, he occasionally becomes almost frighteningly capable of romance, orchestrating elaborate gestures, surprise vacations, or painfully honest apologies that show he understands exactly how much he's hurt her and exactly what she needs to hear to stay. This mirrors how the show treats separation. Episodes where Marge throws him out, files for divorce, or emotionally detaches should, in a realistic continuity, mark permanent scars in their shared consciousness. Instead, according to this theory, they act as stress tests on the timeline. The universe allows a temporary wobble, a night at a motel, a trial separation. But then the reset hits with minimal explanation. And by the next episode, the family is reassembled around the kitchen table as if the fracture never fully happened. Homer's guilt leaks through these resets in strange ways. He dreams of losing Marge, suffers nightmares of abandonment, hallucinates accusatory visions, and punishes himself with grand self-destructive stunts that look like penance. This theory suggests that his subconscious knows something his waking mind cannot hold on to, that their marriage is not merely a relationship, but the load-bearing wall of Springfield's impossible reality, and the evidence becomes clear when we notice how rarely his lessons stick. 1 week, he learns to listen, to cherish, to communicate. The next, he's back to the same default selfishness, as if whole chunks of emotional history have been overwritten. What if the reason Homer never truly changes is that any lasting growth would ripple outward, altering the core dynamic the universe needs to keep intact? From this angle, his inconsistent behavior as a husband stops looking like lazy writing and starts to resemble what it would look like if someone's emotional development kept getting rolled back by an unseen hand. Each near affair, each reconciliation, feels less like progress and more like a loop. And as we move on to Homer as a father, we can watch that same eerie reset pattern echo through his relationship with his children. Father of 3, or 3 different fathers. Homer's evolving dad mode. That loop becomes even more unsettling when we turn to Homer as a father, because the reset button does not just affect his marriage. It ripples through the childhoods of Bart, Lisa, and Maggie, as if each of them is being raised by a slightly different man. On paper, Homer's baseline is familiar, inattentive, distracted by beer and television, often angry, and, in the older seasons, physically abusive in a cartoony way, with the infamous image of his hands around Bart's neck burned into the collective memory of the show. Yet even inside that exaggerated cruelty, there is a second, quieter pattern. The same man who throttles his son in one scene will throw himself in front of danger for him in another, or work nights at the Quickie Mart to buy Lisa a saxophone, or leap into a collapsing building to save Maggie. When examining Homer as a father, the evidence becomes clear that we are not simply watching a bad dad. We are watching a consciousness that oscillates between neglect and sacrifice, as though it cannot decide what version of itself is real. Early season Homer, especially in episodes like Lisa's Substitute or Lisa's Pony, is still foolish but recognizably adult. He forgets Lisa's recital, fails her emotionally, and then, with genuine remorse, endures humiliation or financial strain to make it right, delivering clumsy but sincere wisdom that grounds the family in something resembling reality. This mirrors how he bonds with Bart in Bart the Daredevil or Itchy and Scratchy the movie, where he punishes or protects with an almost old-fashioned parental logic, even if the show wraps it in slapstick. As the series drifts into later seasons, that grounded father erodes. Homer becomes more childlike, more erratic, and his relationship with Bart shifts into a rivalry of two misbehaving boys, partners in vandalism or scams, rather than parent and child. With Lisa, his stupidity is exaggerated to highlight her intelligence and insecurity, turning him into a disappointing, oblivious obstacle she must emotionally outgrow. Except in rare episodes where he suddenly understands her soul and orchestrates an impossibly perfect gesture. Most telling is how Maggie's episodes operate almost entirely in silence. In And Maggie Makes Three, A Streetcar Named Marge, or Homer Alone, their bond is conveyed through glances, rescues, and symbolic sacrifices, like the plaque in his workstation or the baby monitor that lets him hear her from afar. According to this theory, Homer is a different archetype with each child. Bart's chaotic rival, Lisa's failed protector and occasional unexpected hero, Maggie's wordless guardian angel. This theory suggests that we are not seeing a single stable father at all, but three overlapping interpretations shaped by each child's memory and point of view, which the show then presents as objective reality. The strangling gag becomes a relic of an older, harsher cartoon universe that the series gradually tries to phase out, leaving a dissonant echo. We remember Homer as violent, even as newer episodes insist he is merely bumbling. Flash-forward stories deepen this fracture, showing futures where he is estranged from Bart, tenderly reconciled with Lisa, or peacefully doting on an adult Maggie, as if multiple possible Homers are branching out across time. If each child has effectively grown up with a different man wearing the same face, then whose Homer are we actually following in this video? Whose memory defines the real version of his life? Or, in a world this unstable, is there any real version at all? Bart's Homer, the enemy, the idol, and the punching bag for Bart. The question of which Homer is real has a brutally simple answer. Homer is the wall he keeps slamming into. The man who blocks him, hits him, and sometimes, in the strangest way, protects him from a world that already sees Bart as damaged. When examining their dynamic, we keep returning to the same image. Homer's hands wrapped around Bart's neck, eyes bulging, tongue out, and as if the show's default state is a father strangling his son. It is presented as a looping cartoon gag, but according to this theory, that repetition is evidence of how Bart's consciousness processes his father, as a constant throttling pressure, an anger that can ignite from total calm to murderous in a single cut. The rebellious son and the bumbling, violent father are locked in a ritual that feels like a joke until we slow it down. This theory suggests that in Bart-centered episodes, we are closer to Bart's point of view than we realize, which would explain why Homer's cruelty often feels bigger, louder, and more impossible than in other stories. Homer grounds Bart for infractions that barely make sense, sabotages his schemes just as they are about to succeed, or storms into school events as a red-faced embarrassment. In episodes like Bart Gets an F or Bart the General, authority figures blend together into one oppressive force, and Homer becomes the drunk, yelling embodiment of that force. Yet most telling is how the same boy who is being strangled can also treat Homer as an overgrown best friend. They team up for grifts, like when they sell grease, or when they become partners in crime on road trips, or when Homer coaches Bart in sports with wildly inappropriate enthusiasm. In these episodes, the evidence becomes clear that Bart craves not just freedom from Homer, but access to Homer's chaos, as if his father's stupidity and recklessness are a kind of superpower he wants to borrow. If we treat these stories as filtered through Bart's mind, Homer's stupidity and anger start to look exaggerated, stretched to fit a child's fear and resentment. Our Homer forgets basic facts, screams over nothing, and walks into obviously impossible scenarios, as though reality itself bends around Bart's frustration. Episodes centered on Bart often feel more anarchic and less emotionally stable. In this video forming a distinct Bart-Homer timeline, where the dad is the most cartoonish, the most violent, and the least trustworthy. But there are moments when that mask slips. When Bart thinks he has killed Homer with a prank gone wrong, or when he sees Homer cry because he has disappointed him. The tone shifts into quiet guilt. Bart becomes terrified not of being punished, but of being truly rejected, or worse, of a Springfield where Homer's empty spot can never be refilled. This mirrors how children in unstable families can cling to even a dangerous parent rather than face the void. In flash-forward episodes, Bart's future self often looks emotionally frozen, still half-adolescent, still defined by arguments with Homer that never quite resolve. Homer keeps resetting, Bart keeps circling. If Homer is trapped in loops of identity, Bart is trapped in reacting to them, unable to finish growing up while his father never truly changes. So Bart's Homer is in many ways the least reliable, a funhouse reflection built from pranks, punishments, and panic. In the next section, we move into a colder, more cerebral version of the same man, Lisa's Homer, where the jokes thin out and the tragedy underneath begins to harden into something much more permanent. Lisa's Homer, the failed genius and the man who could have been. Lisa's Homer is colder, quieter, and far more unsettling. Where Bart's perspective turns their father into a chaotic cartoon. Lisa's lens strips away the slapstick and leaves something closer to a case study in wasted potential. A man she loves deeply, while being painfully aware of his ignorance, his laziness, and his recurring moral blind spots. From her earliest episodes, we see this core conflict. Lisa clings to Homer as daddy, the big, clumsy presence who buys her a saxophone and tries to cheer her up when she's blue. At the same time, she watches him choke Bart, lie casually, and shrug off responsibilities with a donut in hand. This theory suggests that for Lisa, every affectionate moment with Homer is shadowed by an awareness that he is failing basic tests of empathy and ethics that a child with her intelligence cannot unsee. When examining the episodes where Homer tries to nurture Lisa's gifts, the pattern becomes almost ritualistic. He trades in a precious beer can collection to buy her a new sax, but doesn't understand the music itself. He enters her into competitions, from beauty pageants to spelling bees, yet repeatedly misreads what she actually wants. He tries to bond over jazz, vegetarianism, even Buddhism, but his efforts come out clumsy, transactional, or short-lived, as if he is reaching through a fog that keeps closing around his mind. The episode HOMR is the purest expression of this. A crayon is removed from Homer's brain, and for a brief span, Lisa receives the father her consciousness has always imagined, intelligent, thoughtful, curious about her world. They discuss science, ethics, and the future of the family with a calm seriousness the series rarely allows. Then Homer chooses to put the crayon back, sacrificing his restored intellect to be happy again. From Lisa's angle, this isn't just sad. It reads like watching a patient willingly re-damage his own brain. According to this theory, Lisa is the character most aware that Homer's stupidity is not natural. She knows about the crayon. She sees the radiation at the plant, the repeated concussions, the impossible injuries that reset by the next episode. The evidence becomes clear. In this video's darker frame, Homer's mind has been eroded by environmental harm, neglect, and perhaps external tampering that Springfield politely refuses to question. Yet Lisa also witnesses flashes of something deeper in him. There are moments when Homer shows surprising empathy, like silently sitting with her during a heartbreak, or displaying obscure knowledge about history, mechanics, or music that he should not, by his usual presentation, possess. Most telling is how these insights appear and vanish with no continuity, as if she is glimpsing alternate versions of Homer bleeding through the cracks of a fractured reality. In the flash-forward episodes, Lisa's relationship with Homer stretches into a haunting future. She becomes president or a successful academic, while Homer remains a stunted, aging man-child, proud of her but unable to follow her thoughts. This mirrors how gifted children in damaged families often feel guilty for outgrowing their parents emotionally and intellectually. Lisa oscillates between irritation, protectiveness, and a strange, almost maternal tenderness toward him, and as though she is grieving the father he could have been. So Lisa's Homer is in many ways the most tragic. He is not just a bad dad who sometimes tries. He is a ruined prototype, a potential role model warped by brain injuries, radiation, and the narrative resets that keep snapping him back to zero. And here the theory turns eerier. If Lisa is smart enough to notice the continuity errors in his personality, if she can feel that his life story doesn't quite add up, is she also the closest to realizing that something is fundamentally wrong with Springfield's reality itself? In the next section, we move from Lisa's quiet dread to Marge's more desperate denial, and ask what it means to be married to a man whose mind keeps slipping through your fingers. Come, Maggie's silent witness. The baby who never grows up. If Marge represents desperate denial, then Maggie is something stranger. Acceptance without words. A presence that never argues with the world because she simply watches it. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how the smallest member of the family becomes the steadiest point in Homer's impossible life. The one figure who never quite grows, never quite changes, and never stops observing. Maggie's defining trait is silence. She almost never speaks, yet she is almost always there, tucked into the corner of the couch, strapped into the back seat, carried on Homer's hip as he blunders through disasters. When examining long stretches of episodes, the pattern becomes uncanny. While Bart and Lisa shout, scheme, and debate, Team Maggie's pacifier simply clicks in the background as she watches Homer's best and worst moments with the same wide, unreadable eyes. Then, occasionally, the silence breaks in action rather than words. We see the episode where she saves Homer from drowning, paddling with impossible competence. We see her grab a rifle and shoot Mr. Burns, an act the show plays as a grand mystery, but which, according to this theory, is one of many flashes of hidden intelligence. She escapes daycare, navigates danger, and performs physical feats that would be implausible for an adult, let alone an infant. These decisive moments suggest a mind that is not only aware, but strangely practiced. Most telling is how the series treats Maggie's future. Bart and Lisa receive multiple flash-forwards, where they become teenagers, adults, even middle-aged, with careers, relationships, and psychological trajectories that the show explores in detail. Maggie, by contrast, almost never gets a stable grown-up version. When she appears older, it is usually a wordless gag, a visual punchline, or a fleeting cameo where she is about to speak and is cut off. The evidence becomes clear. The narrative refuses to anchor her in time. This theory suggests that Maggie functions as a fixed observation point, the baby who doesn't age while Homer's timeline loops and resets around her. In a continuity that constantly rewrites his childhood, his jobs, and even the decade he came of age, Maggie remains an infant, watching each new version unfold from essentially the same vantage. This mirrors how a camera might sit in one place while the set is rebuilt over and over. We also see visual motifs that reinforce her role as silent witness. She watches TV with Homer, mimicking his gestures, sharing his blank stare into the flickering screen. She's carried through riots, accidents at the nuclear plant, and surreal town-wide panics, absorbing every detail without comment, her consciousness seemingly recording what the others are too distracted to notice. Because Maggie is rarely rewritten by new continuity demands, this theory suggests she might, in some sense, remember more than the others. Homer forgets, Bart repeats, Lisa questions, Marge represses, but Maggie simply accumulates. And in those rare scenes where Homer is uniquely gentle with her, cradling her in the dark or falling asleep beside her crib, and it feels as though some buried part of his mind recognizes her as the one constant in a world that keeps shifting under his feet. If Maggie is the silent witness to Homer's impossible life, then what has she seen in all the alternate futures, timelines, and universes that the rest of the family keeps stumbling into? In the next section, we follow Homer beyond the main continuity and into those branching realities to see what her unblinking gaze might have recorded there. Future shock. Homer in the flash-forward timelines. Those unblinking eyes have watched something else too. Homer aging, fracturing, and reappearing in futures that do not agree with each other at all. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at those flash-forward timelines, not as cute what-ifs, but as evidence that Homer's life branches into multiple or incompatible destinies. When examining the future episodes, a pattern emerges. In Lisa's wedding, we see a refined adult Lisa engaged to a British aristocrat, with Homer as an embarrassing, clingy presence who still works at the plant and still orbits food and TV like they are his only stable planets. In Bart to the Future, by contrast, the focus shifts to a failed, drifting Bart and a President Lisa, while Homer becomes a washed-up, unemployed burden, padding around a deteriorating house like a ghost who never realized he died. Later episodes like Holidays of Future Past and Days of Future Future introduce yet another continuity, with Bart as a divorced father, Lisa in a strained but present marriage, and Homer strangely mellowed, almost wise in flashes. This theory suggests that these are not glimpses of a single and destined future sliding around for comedic effect, but entirely separate branches where Homer's consciousness washed up in slightly different configurations. His role oscillates wildly. In some timelines, he is a shambling, unemployed addict to comfort. In others, a semi-functional, if exhausted, elder statesman of the family. In a few, he's barely present at all, mentioned more as a problem that had to be managed than as a parent who raised anyone. Most telling is how the world itself refuses to line up. Technologies leap forward in incompatible ways. In one episode, clunky, early 2000s visions of video phones and primitive implants. In another, sleek holograms, digital graves, and downloadable personalities, including Homer's repeatedly resurrected body in Days of Future. Jobs and relationships reset between futures. Marge is still with Homer in some, separated or emotionally distant in others. Secondary characters are dead, thriving, or unchanged, depending on which future we are shown. The evidence becomes clear that the show is not charting one path forward in time, but hopping between save files. According to this theory, each future is what loads if the main timeline were allowed to keep going past the present, a narrative save state where someone pressed continue instead of reload. This mirrors how the present-day series always snaps back to a default Springfield, as if the system quietly discards those older Homer branches and boots us again from level 1. Yet across all these incompatible destinies, certain constants cling to Homer like radiation. He still seeks food, TV, and the softest possible couch. He still carries a low background hum of guilt about how he failed Bart or disappointed Lisa. And under stress, even with grey hair and adult children, he regresses into tantrums and avoidance, as if age never truly reaches his mind. Emotionally, these futures are rarely triumphant. They are bittersweet, almost clinical portraits of a man out of time, wandering through a reality where his children have outpaced him intellectually, morally, and technologically. What if the horror is not that Homer dies, but that he survives long enough to watch his relevance evaporate? If the future holds many different Homers scattered across branching timelines, then the present might be crowded too. In the next section, we move from these projected destinies into the stranger, non-canon corners of the show, where alternate Homers are not distant possibilities, but neighbors sharing the same impossible universe. Treehouse of Horror and the Disposable Homer. Those neighbors live in the Halloween specials. And in this video, we're going to be taking a look at how Treehouse of Horror quietly turns Homer from a single man into a reusable template. These episodes are officially non-canon, a playground where continuity dissolves, yet they are some of the most revealing texts about his identity. In Treehouse of Horror, Homer can be mutilated, possessed, cloned, eaten, or erased, and the next week, the main timeline carries on as if nothing happened. One episode ends with him trapped in a toaster-induced time loop, and another with his consciousness uploaded into a robot body, another with his skeleton displayed as a punchline. Limbs are severed, heads are swapped, souls are traded to demons. According to this theory, the lack of consequences is not just a joke about anthology storytelling. It is evidence that the show understands Homer as fundamentally disposable. When examining the most extreme transformations, the pattern becomes clearer. We see giant Homer rampaging through a miniature world, a monstrous appetite scaled up until it becomes city-level destruction. We see evil Homer gleefully murderous or possessed by cosmic forces beyond human comprehension, his selfishness inflated into outright malice. We see robot Homer, metal body with the same dull cravings, and Homer as a victim of cosmic horror, and reduced to a screaming speck before indifferent tentacled gods. In other segments, he is the cause of apocalyptic events, triggering nuclear meltdowns, summoning eldritch entities, or accidentally ending civilization with a careless button press. This theory suggests that Treehouse of Horror functions as a laboratory, a controlled environment where the writers stress test how far they can push Homer's identity before he stops feeling like Homer. They stretch his body, corrupt his mind, swap his species, and rewrite his fate. And yet the character remains legible. Most telling is how, despite these impossible premises, certain traits stubbornly persist across every nightmare. No matter the form, his appetites survive. Donuts, beer, food in any dimension. His selfishness remains, a reflexive desire to escape pain or gain pleasure, even if the universe burns for it. And, crucially, his occasional, surprising bravery for his family still breaks through, as when a doomed Homer throws himself at a monster to save Marge and the kids, or bargains with demons so they can live. The body changes, the setting changes, but the parameters stay fixed. Episodes with multiple Homers make this even more explicit. Cloned Homers from the hammock episode, alternate universe Homers glimpsed through portals, parallel future Homers who have aged into different shapes and failures. They all feel correct enough to be him, even when the details differ wildly. This mirrors how the main series casually rewrites his past, his jobs, and his injuries, yet asks us to accept each new version as the same man. The evidence becomes clear. These horror stories accidentally reveal that Homer is less a single, continuous person and more a set of values that can be reinstantiated in any scenario. There is an eerie comfort in watching him die over and over, because we know he will be back next year, unchanged, just as he returns from countless near-deaths in canon episodes. What if Treehouse of Horror is simply the mask off, the show admitting what it does more quietly the rest of the time? The next section follows that implication into the main timeline, where Homer is constantly rewritten too, only with the horror softened into everyday sitcom amnesia. The multiverse of Homers, parallel lives and variant selves. If the show quietly admits its cruelty in Treehouse of Horror, then the next step is even stranger. We have to ask whether there is only one Homer enduring all of this, or an entire crowd of Homers flickering in and out of focus as episodes demand. When examining the series as a whole, the evidence becomes clear that The Simpsons does not just joke about alternate realities, it repeatedly opens doors into them. In Treehouse of Horror 5, Homer's toaster malfunctions and he tumbles through dimensions, each tiny decision spawning a new world, where his family in Springfield shift in uncanny ways. One breakfast gives him a rich, polite household, where the family seems healed, until he realizes donuts do not exist in this universe. Another drops him into a dystopian nightmare. A simple appliance, a simple choice, and the entire configuration of Homer's life rewrites itself. Other episodes expand this pattern, and crossovers with live action, the Lego universe, and time travel segments where future Bart and future Lisa interact with their past selves all imply branching timelines where different Homers must logically exist, even if we do not meet them directly. Most telling is how flash-forward episodes show mutually incompatible futures. In one, Homer is a washed-up elder wandering a decaying Springfield. In another, he's a slightly more stable grandfather in a technologically advanced world. According to this theory, these are not failed predictions, They are glimpses of parallel lives running alongside our main narrative. We also see explicit multitudes of Homer. In the couch gags, where dozens, even hundreds, of Homers pour into frame, or evolve from primitive blobs into modern designs, and the show frames him as a whole species of possible selves. Smart Homer, evil Homer, heroic Homer, pathetic Homer, each appears at least once, then vanishes, as if Springfield itself is a narrative nexus where every configuration is valid for 22 minutes at a time. Meta episodes push this further. Whenever Homer appears at a table read, notices animation errors, or addresses the audience as folks at home, the fourth wall thins. In this video, we are treating those moments not as throwaway jokes, but as horror. Brief instance where a particular Homer becomes aware that he is being performed, drawn, and overwritten. His consciousness does not move forward in a clean line. It is summoned, erased, and reassembled by writers and animators who can shift his brain damage, his tenderness, his cruelty with a single script revision. And this theory suggests that our familiar Homer, the nuclear safety inspector, the barfly, the flawed father, is only the variant we follow most often, not necessarily the original or the most authentic. Continuity errors from changing childhood decades to contradictory job histories read less like mistakes and more like quiet universe hops, where we slide into a nearly identical Homer with a slightly different past. What if each rerun reshuffles which node in the Homer network we tune into? And what if, on some level, he feels that? As you drift off, hold one last conspiratorial thought close. The next time you stumble on a random episode, you might not be revisiting the same Homer at all. You might be meeting a neighboring version, living out another branch of the same endless looping dream. Does Homer know? Glitches, déjà vu, art and meta-awareness. If each rerun connects us to a neighboring Homer, then a quiet, unnerving question follows. Does he ever notice the seams? In this video, we're going to be taking a look at the moments where Homer seems to sense that his life is not entirely his own, as if his consciousness keeps brushing against the glass of the tank he's floating in. When examining the series as a continuous life instead of isolated episodes, a pattern of tiny fractures in Homer's awareness begins to appear. We see him look directly at us, complain about another clip show, or groan that this is the part of the episode where, as if he can feel the structure of a 22-minute story tightening around him. In The Itchy and Scratchy and Poochie Show, he argues about ratings and focus groups inside the very cartoon he inhabits, and treating his own world as a product that can be tweaked, rebooted, or cancelled at will. According to this theory, those aren't just clever meta-jokes. They're brief spikes where the fog lifts and Homer glimpses that his reality is authored, edited, and endlessly rearranged. He remarks that the family has been through so much over the years, without specifying what those years are, or how Bart can still be 10, while the world outside the window updates from VHS tapes to smartphones. He jokes about having been an astronaut, a musician, a monorail conductor, and yet still ends up back at Sector 7G, as if some external force keeps dragging him to the same save point. Most telling is how he occasionally remembers things that, by the show's own logic, never happened. Flashback episodes quietly rewrite his childhood, from the 1950s to the 1970s to the 1990s. Yet Homer will allude to past events as if multiple versions are stacked in his mind at once, half-remembered and overlapping. This theory suggests that his déjà vu his recurring dreams, and his visions of alternate futures are not isolated fantasies, but bleed through from other branches of his existence that have been retconned away. We see him live and relive marriages to Marge, different proposals, different first apartments, then wake up as if nothing is wrong. We watch him dream of entirely different lives, or glimpse older future Homers who should not yet exist, and his reactions swing wildly from panicked terror to bored dismissal. He screams, he questions reality for a moment, and then he shrugs, turns on the TV, and lets the glow erase the questions. This mirrors how a mind under too much strain will simply refuse to process trauma, filing it into a locked drawer rather than tearing itself apart. The evidence becomes clear when we remember what has been done to Homer's brain. A crayon lodged in his skull, repeated concussions, years of radiation at the nuclear plant. Elements that, in a horror reading, do not just make him stupid, but strip away the filters that shield most people from perceiving the cracks in reality. His damaged mind may be less able to maintain the illusion, allowing stray signals from other timelines and discarded stories to leak through. And then there is the image we return to again and again. Homer sitting slack-jawed in front of the television, absorbing reruns of his own life without realizing it, laughing at jokes he has already lived, stuck in a loop of familiar images that feel comforting precisely because they are echoes. What if, one night, the loop misfires? What if he recognizes himself not as a character on TV, but as the recording? If he ever fully understood how many times he has died, reset, and been rewritten, would he still choose the crayon, the ignorance, the warm, heavy comfort of not knowing? Because if Homer can sense the cage, even for a second, then we have to ask what that means for the rest of the family, and who, if anyone, is quietly watching with him from the other side of the screen. The town that holds him. Springfield, as a self-correcting cage. If Homer can sense the cage, even for a second, then we have to ask what kind of structure could hold him. Not just a house, not just a family, but an entire town that behaves less like a setting and more like a system. When examining Springfield through this lens, the evidence becomes clear. This is not a normal American city that simply endures bad luck. It is a place that survives nuclear meltdowns, riots, alien invasions, and full-scale economic collapse, only to be perfectly fine by the next episode. We watch the nuclear plant nearly destroy local reality. We see Kang and Kodo stride through the sky. We see the entire town devour itself in mob violence. And yet, by the following week, everyone is back at the Quickie Mart, back at church, back at the plant. This mirrors how Homer himself can die, reset, and return to work on Monday as if nothing happened. According to this theory, Springfield has a kind of gravitational pull that neutralizes change. Homer becomes an astronaut, a musician, an inventor, a celebrity, a union leader. He quits the plant. He is fired from the plant. He exposes the plant's corruption. But almost every time, the arc bends back to the same point. Homer Simpson, nuclear safety inspector, badge on his chest, drooling at his console. His biggest moral awakenings, his near divorces with Marge, his moments of terrifying clarity about his own mind, are allowed to flare up, burn bright, and then fade, as the town coolly reabsorbs him into the familiar pattern. In this video, we are going to be taking a look at Springfield as a narrative ecosystem, and this theory suggests that the ecosystem depends on Homer being a very specific shape within it. Employed at the plant, married to Marge, father of 3, drinking at Moe's. Whenever he drifts too far from that template, Springfield pushes back. The plant dangles a promotion. The church offers absolution. The school pulls his children into new crises that demand his presence. And Moe's tavern waits with the same stool, the same glass, the same half-remembered conversations that erase whatever progress he almost made. Most telling is how the town collectively forgets. Homer's brief periods of fame as a monorail conductor, a boxing champion, or a local folk hero dissolve with no lasting social memory. His catastrophic mistakes that should define him forever are treated as passing gags. It is as if the town's consciousness is being wiped alongside his, a shared amnesia that keeps the loop intact. This is where Springfield's institutions become unnervingly important. The church, the school, the nuclear plant, and Moe's, even the Simpson home itself, all act as stabilizers. Each one can frighten, punish, comfort, or distract Homer just enough to steer him back into his assigned role. He can leave for a while, of course. He travels to New York, to Japan, to outer space. But these trips function like dreams inside the larger dream, always ending with a hard reset back on Evergreen Terrace, with minimal impact on the underlying structure of his life. Taken to its darkest conclusion, this theory suggests Springfield is less a town and more a containment field, a self-correcting cage built around an unstable, endlessly respawning man. What if the borders, the impossible geography, and the constant resets exist to keep Homer's chaos from spilling into any other reality? Because once we accept that the town itself is complicit, we reach the final, unsettling question. Having mapped Homer's broken brain, his elastic marriage, his shifting fatherhood, and his multiverse variants, we now have to ask, what is this life really, and why was it built this way around him? The elastic origin, Homer's ever-changing 1970s to 2000s. Backstory. To answer that, we have to leave the present and walk backward, into a past that refuses to stay still. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at Homer's origin story, as if it were not a single memory, but an elastic band being stretched across decades. When examining Homer's adolescence, the first version the series offers is almost comforting. We see him and Marge as teenagers in the 1970s, in episodes like The Way We Was, where they meet in high school amid disco music, rotary phones, and Vietnam-era anxieties. Homer is a clumsy, a love-struck kid. Marge is an idealistic feminist, and their courtship unfolds against a very specific cultural backdrop that anchors his youth in the late 70s and their early marriage in the early 1980s. But as the show moves forward in real time, that foundation quietly dissolves. Later flashbacks pull Homer's formative years into the 1990s, as in That 90s Show, where he's suddenly a flannel-wearing grunge musician, writing songs about Marge and fronting a band that parodies Nirvana. In that version, he and Marge are not 70s sweethearts at all. They're young adults living through the Clinton era, with Bart's conception and the collapse of their relationship now tied to student loans and alt-rock. Still later, we see him as an early 2000s slacker, surrounded by flat-screen TVS and broadband references that make it impossible for the earlier timeline to coexist. The series treats these shifts as casual jokes, a running gag about floating timelines that keep the characters perpetually about the same age. But this theory suggests that something more sinister is happening. According to this theory, Homer's past is not simply being updated for new viewers, it is being actively rewritten inside the narrative. as if his consciousness is being dragged forward while his memories are quietly patched over to match the current decade. Most telling is how these retcons collide with other anomalies we've already seen. The crayon lodged in Homer's brain, the radiation-soaked nuclear plant that warps bodies and perhaps time, his multiple on-screen deaths and resurrections. Taken together, the evidence becomes clear that his mind does not store a stable history. Instead, his memories behave like editable save files, restored from backup whenever Springfield's reality needs to reboot. This mirrors how Springfield itself behaves like a temporal bubble. Holidays loop, technology updates, yet Homer remains roughly 39, with his origin endlessly reprojected. Episodes contradict each other about when he first meets Marge, whether he worked at the mini golf course, the bowling alley, or a fast food stand before the plant, and even how old he is when Bart is born. One flashback shows them as scared teenagers with a shotgun wedding. Another presents them as more established adults, calmly preparing for parenthood. Both cannot be true in a linear universe, but both are simultaneously true in this warped one. If his youth can be overwritten this easily, what else can be rearranged? What if his marriage, his children's ages, even the birth order of Bart, Lisa, and Maggie, are just as unstable as the decades that surround them? The next part of this theory turns from Homer's elastic past to the family itself, and asks whether the people he loves are fixed, or just the latest version of a story that keeps being told again. The many first dates, how Homer and Marge keep meeting for the first time. If Homer's past can slide up and down the timeline, then his most important relationship becomes the next unstable object. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how even the origin of Homer and Marge's love keeps getting quietly rewritten, as if the universe of Springfield is patching its own code to keep him in place. And when examining the series, the first and most famous version is simple. They meet in the 1970s in high school, in a world of bell-bottoms and wood-paneled hallways, when Homer accidentally joins the debate club to get closer to Marge. We see the chalkboards, the corded phones, the disco music. Marge is idealistic and driven. Homer is lazy but instantly smitten, and their first date is clumsy yet sincere. It feels like a fixed point in his consciousness, a comforting anchor in an otherwise elastic reality. But later, the same high school years are dragged forward into the 1990s, complete with grunge aesthetics, flannel, and alternative rock. Suddenly, Homer is a wannabe musician in a band that sounds suspiciously like a discount Nirvana, while Marge experiments with a more rebellious phase. The lockers and classrooms are similar, and yet the music, slang, and technology have all been swapped out, as if the episode has been reskinned to match a new decade without changing the underlying script. Other flashbacks repeat this pattern. Sometimes we see them on a date at a drive-in theater, sometimes at a roller disco, sometimes surrounded by 80s hair and cassette tapes. The hairstyles, background posters, and cultural references slide around, but the emotional beats remain eerily consistent. Homer as the flawed but earnest suitor. Marge as the moral anchor who believes he can be better, and a first kiss that feels predestined rather than contingent. Most telling is how the details of fashion and technology are expendable, while the basic emotional architecture never changes. According to this theory, these aren't just playful retcons for the audience. They are updates being pushed into Homer's mind, memory patches that keep his romantic backstory synchronized with whatever year the present happens to be. This theory suggests that to justify why he stays in Springfield, why he returns to the nuclear plant, why he endures the same routines, his consciousness must be constantly reminded that he once won Marge's love against the odds in a story that always feels recent. The evidence becomes clear when we look at episodes where their marriage fractures. During separations, affairs, or near divorces, the show often cuts to nostalgic flashbacks. Young Homer vowing to change, Marge giving him one last chance, their early struggles in a tiny apartment. This mirrors how a malfunctioning system might re-inject old save points to prevent a permanent break, in flooding Homer with curated sentiment right when he is closest to leaving. That leads to an eerie implication. If his first kiss, their decision to marry, their choice to start a family can all be cosmetically altered while preserving the same emotional leverage, then these may not be historically accurate memories at all, but designed illusions whose function is to keep him emotionally compliant and attached to Springfield. And if their love story can be rewritten on demand, what does that say about the origin of their children? Bart's birth is supposed to be the consequence of Homer's early failures and sacrifices. What happens if even that accident was engineered? Bart's conception, the night that keeps changing. If the accident was engineered, then Bart becomes more than a surprise baby. He turns into a scheduled event in Homer's consciousness, an appointment the timeline cannot cancel, only reschedule. In the classic version, we're shown a very specific night. It's the late 1970s or the very early 1980s, with disco fading and soft rock on the radio. Homer and Marge are still young lovers, sneaking away to a carnival or the prom, drifting through that hazy space between adolescence and adulthood. One fateful encounter in the back of a car, or on shag carpeting under a lava lamp, leads to Marge staring at a positive pregnancy test. Homer panics, proposes with a cheap ring at a sad little restaurant, and rushes into a miserable, low-level job at the nuclear plant because, as he says, a man needs to support his family. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how that night refuses to stay put. Later episodes quietly drag Bart's conception forward into the 1990s. Suddenly, the soundtrack has grunge and early hip-hop. The backgrounds are full of bulky computers, flannel shirts, and posters for 90s bands. Homer is still aimless, still working dead-end jobs or hanging around Moe's. But now the culture around him has shifted decades. Yet the show insists this is the same first baby moment, the same turning point that shoves him into adulthood. When examining these retcons side by side, the emotional beats line up almost perfectly. Homer's panic is the same wide-eyed terror. Marge's disappointment settles into the same quiet, wounded resignation. The wedding is still rushed and underwhelming. The job hunt still drives Homer, reluctantly, to the glowing green doors of the nuclear plant. Only the window dressing changes. This theory suggests that the event is being re-rendered over and over, with updated costumes and references, so that Bart can remain eternally 10 in a present-day Springfield. According to this theory, Bart isn't just Homer's son. He's a fixed narrative requirement, a constant that reality must bend around. The universe of the show needs Bart at 10 years old, needs him to be the perfect age for detention slips, prank calls, and skateboard escapes. So the timeline keeps rewriting the circumstances of his conception, sliding the calendar forward while preserving the same cause and effect chain that locks Homer into the plant and into fatherhood. Most telling is how Homer talks about Bart. He repeatedly blames him for ruining his life, for cutting off his dreams, for trapping him in a job he hates. Yet in other moments, he shows startling, if inconsistent, tenderness, defending Bart from bullies, proudly watching his school performances, weeping when he thinks he has lost him. This mirrors how a dream can feel both self-generated and imposed from outside, as if Homer senses, on some buried level, that Bart's existence has been forced into his story by something larger than his own choices. If Bart is the anchor, then Lisa and Maggie start to look like different structural devices entirely. Lisa, in particular, is treated by Springfield with an almost prophetic unease, as though the universe keeps slipping her messages about what this reality truly is. In the next part, we'll see how her role in Homer's life points to a far stranger design. Pfft. Lisa, the outlier. A daughter who doesn't belong in Homer's world. Lisa is the first real sign that something in Homer's world does not belong to him. She arrives in this bright yellow sitcom reality as a structural error, hyper-intelligent, intensely ethical, environmentally obsessed, and already aware, even as a child, that Springfield's consciousness is fundamentally broken. Where Bart adapts to the town's chaos, Lisa recoils from it. Her straight-A report cards, her jazz saxophone, her vegetarianism, and her constant moral protests all function as quiet refusals of the script everyone else accepts. She is alienated not only by Springfield's stupidity and corruption, but by Homer's own behavior, his pollution-causing job at the nuclear plant, his casual cruelty, his laziness, and his willingness to forget every lesson by the next episode. This theory suggests that Lisa is written as a permanent misfit, so that we, as viewers, can measure how far from normal this reality has drifted. When examining key episodes, the pattern becomes disturbingly consistent. Lisa is almost always the only one who can see the larger system at work, whether it is political, economic, or metaphysical. In Mr. Lisa Goes to Washington, she alone truly grasps the scale of government corruption. In Lisa the Iconoclast, she uncovers the lie at the heart of Springfield's founding myth, exposing Jebediah Springfield as a fraud, while the town fights to preserve the comforting story. The evidence becomes clear. Lisa notices patterns, conspiracies, and systemic failures that everyone else either shrugs off or conveniently forgets. According to this theory, Lisa functions like a diagnostic tool embedded in the narrative. When she investigates something, the show briefly peels back its own wallpaper and lets us glimpse the machinery underneath. The rigged elections, the toxic river, the nuclear plant's endless violations, the way time resets while everyone pretends it does not. This mirrors how a medical test does not cure the disease. It only reveals it. Once the credits roll, Springfield's symptoms remain, and by the next episode, the town behaves as though the diagnosis never happened. The flash-forward episodes deepen this reading. In Lisa's Wedding and Bart to the Future, we see Lisa becoming president, confronting national crises, and still dragged back into the gravitational pull of her family. Homer is older, but not wiser. The same appetites, the same incompetence, the same impossible continuity. These futures feel less like new timelines and more like expanded loops, suggesting that the Simpson family is trapped in a recurring pattern, eternally rebooted, no matter how far the calendar advances. Within that loop, Lisa's relationship with Homer becomes crucial. She is often deeply disappointed in him, his failure to recycle, his selfishness, his inability to remember her needs from one episode to the next. Yet there are rare, almost sacred moments where he rises to meet her expectations, such as when he supports her vegetarianism, or when he spends the whole night listening to her play saxophone. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how those scenes feel, like the system briefly allowing Homer to break his script, as though some deeper part of his mind momentarily pushes through the dream. Most telling is how Lisa's awareness does not fully close the loop. If she is the one who can see the cracks, then Maggie, silent and observant, becomes something stranger. She watches everything, almost never speaks, and yet displays impossible competence with weapons, driving, and complex tasks. What if Lisa diagnoses the illness of Springfield's reality, while Maggie is the quiet witness who actually remembers the things the town is forced to forget? Maggie the silent witness, the baby who never grows up. So we arrive at Maggie, the one member of the Simpson family who seems frozen in time, and yet, in many ways, looks the most awake. On the surface, she is simple to describe. The perpetually infant daughter, pacifier in mouth, barely verbal, and endlessly carried from room to room while adults argue above her. But when examining the long span of episodes, the evidence becomes clear that Maggie is not just a background baby. She is a paradox quietly haunting Homer's life. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how Maggie's status as always a baby collides with her impossible competence. She shoots Mr. Burns with unerring accuracy, pilots a car to rescue Homer from danger, operates complex machinery at the nuclear plant, and even orchestrates elaborate Rube Goldberg-style saves when Homer is seconds away from death. Short moments, played as jokes. Long implications once you line them up and stop laughing. What makes her different from Bart and Lisa is not just personality, but time itself. Bart and Lisa receive constant soft retcons. Their childhood shifts from the late 70s to the 90s to the streaming era. Their origin stories updated to match whatever year the episode airs. Their ages do not change, but their cultural context slides. Maggie, however, almost never changes in any direction. According to this theory, her fixed age marks her as something outside the show's flexible timeline. A still point while Homer's youth, Marge's backstory, and Springfield's era all melt and reform around her. This theory suggests that Maggie exists just slightly outside the normal flow of the family's reality, functioning as a constant observer of Homer's endless resets. Most telling is how she witnesses everything. Homer's stranglings of Bart, Lisa's breakdowns, Marge's quiet despair, the nuclear plant's near meltdowns, and all from a stroller or crib that happens to be in the room, untouched by continuity shifts that rewrite everyone else's history. It is as if the loop cannot quite reach her. There are episodes where Maggie seems to understand far more than a baby should. Her focused, almost adult expressions when Homer is in danger, her targeted interventions that save him from drowning, falling, or being shot, and those rare dream or fantasy sequences where she speaks in a clear, measured voice, all suggest a consciousness that remembers. This mirrors how, in Treehouse of Horror segments, the show briefly lifts its own rules and lets hidden truths peek through. Maggie's spoken moments feel like leaks from a mind that knows the pattern. From this angle, her silence stops looking like a lack of character and starts to resemble a narrative constraint. And if she could speak freely, she might be able to articulate what is actually happening to this family, to name the loop and expose the experiment that keeps Homer trapped in this elastic, consequence-resistant Springfield. Speech would shatter the dream. So the pacifier goes back in, and the cycle continues. If Maggie is the silent witness to Homer's imprisonment, the next question turns us back to Homer himself. What if his endless parade of jobs and identities, from nuclear safety inspector to astronaut to musician and beyond, is not random at all, but the clearest sign that someone is testing how far his mind and reality can bend before they finally break? Career Carousel. Homer's hundreds of jobs as a controlled experiment. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at Homer's working life, as if it were not a chaotic joke, but a carefully controlled sequence of trials. On the surface, he is a nuclear safety inspector who spends most evenings on the couch. Beneath that surface, he is an astronaut, a musician, an inventor, a food critic, a monorail conductor, a boxer, a police officer, a car designer, a missionary, and dozens upon dozens of other things that no single human resume could plausibly contain. When examining these careers, the pattern becomes almost hypnotic. Homer stumbles into each job by accident or through a single impulsive choice, rises with impossible speed to a position of influence or danger, unleashes chaos on a personal or even national scale, and then snaps back to his baseline at the plant or at home, with the world apparently restored and his consciousness barely scarred. He fronts a barbershop quartet, pilots the space shuttle, becomes a bodyguard, runs a snowplow business, even serves as a temporary teacher. Yet on Monday morning, he is once again dozing in Sector 7G, as if nothing has happened. According to this theory, these careers are not random comic detours, but distinct scenarios being run on the same experimental subject. What happens if Homer is given power, as police officer or union leader? What happens if he is given fame as a musician or food critic? What happens if he is placed in extreme physical danger, as a boxer or astronaut, or handed creative control, as an inventor and car designer? Each episode becomes a case file, a controlled variation on how this one damaged mind responds when the parameters of its reality are subtly but decisively altered. Most telling is how the nuclear plant always reasserts itself as the default environment. Mr. Burns, with his godlike control over Homer's employment and safety, begins to resemble a principal investigator rather than a mere boss, while the plant's blinking consoles and bottomless hazards feel less like a workplace and more like a lab full of instruments. This mirrors how, in psychological studies, a subject is removed from the testing chamber for specific tasks and then returned to the same neutral space, so the next trial can begin under identical conditions. The evidence becomes clear when we notice how little Homer truly learns. His memory of past jobs is patchy, treated as throwaway gags or forgotten entirely, even when those jobs involve national agencies like NASA or the police. This theory suggests that his mind is being periodically wiped, overwritten, or gently edited, so each new scenario can run without contamination from earlier outcomes, preserving the purity of the data while trapping his consciousness in an endless loop of first days. What if, during the most high-profile roles, the illusion occasionally slips? As astronaut Homer looks down at Earth, or missionary Homer confronts belief outside Springfield's cultural bubble, there are fleeting hints that he is glimpsing a wider reality that does not want to be seen. In those moments, the system has to act quickly, snapping him back to the plant, back to the couch, back to the dream. And in the next section, we'll explore what happens on the rare occasions when Springfield itself seems to glitch, as if the entire simulation is struggling to contain him. Homer in space. When the simulation leaves Earth, when Springfield itself glitches and still fails to eject Homer, the narrative seems to try something more drastic. It launches him off the planet. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at one of the clearest test cases for how far his world will bend before it snaps. The episode where Homer Simpson becomes an astronaut. On the surface, it plays as broad satire. NASA, desperate for ratings as public interest declines, decides that what space travel really needs is an average American to boost their television numbers. And of course, that algorithm of mediocrity leads directly to Homer. He is plucked from his couch and dropped into a hyper-regulated federal environment. Badges, security checkpoints, psych evaluations, and the cold geometry of the training center, and all designed to filter out instability and error. When examining this environment, we should notice how out of place Homer's usual chaos appears at first. He fails simulations, panics in zero-gravity training, and treats the centrifuge like a carnival ride. Yet through a chain of impossible coincidences, bureaucratic apathy, and media pressure, he is never removed from the program. According to this theory, the safeguards of one of the most serious institutions on the earth buckle the moment Homer walks in, as if reality is contractually obligated to bend around him rather than the other way around. Once the shuttle launches, the contrast becomes even starker. The interior of a spacecraft is supposed to be the opposite of Springfield, controlled, measured, bound by physics and procedure. Instead, we get potato chips floating in slow motion around Homer's open mouth, an escaped ant colony drifting through the cabin and onto a live broadcast, and a catastrophic shuttle malfunction that he somehow resolves by physically plugging a hole with an inanimate object. This theory suggests that the cartoon logic we usually localize to Moe's Tavern or the nuclear plant has followed him into orbit, as though his consciousness carries a portable distortion field. Most telling is how little this experience ultimately matters. Homer survives re-entry, is celebrated on national television, and briefly becomes a global symbol of space travel. Then, almost immediately, the loop closes. The next time we see him, he's back at the plant, back on the couch, his family treating his astronaut status as a one-off gag, rather than a permanent elevation, as there are no sustained career changes, no lasting respect from his community, no shift in how his mind processes his place in the universe. According to this theory, that amnesia-like reset is not an accident of sitcom writing, but a structural rule. Any event that might give Homer too much perspective, status, or distance from his baseline is quickly neutralized. His memories dulled into background noise, his circumstances restored. This mirrors how other escape attempts play out. When he joins cults, moves away, or disappears for extended adventures, the evidence becomes clear that an invisible hand drags him back home. A pattern we'll trace more closely in the next section, as his failed exits from Springfield grow stranger, longer, and harder to explain. You can't leave Springfield. Failed escapes and forced returns. Those disappearances and soft resets lead us into one of the strangest patterns in Homer's life. He can leave Springfield, but he cannot stay gone. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how every attempted escape, every fresh start, bends and fractures, until the family is quietly reabsorbed by their hometown, like a closed loop correcting itself. The most famous example is the move to Cypress Creek in You Only Move Twice. Homer finally gets his dream job, a modern house, and a charismatic boss in Hank Scorpio. And for a brief stretch, his reality looks genuinely upgraded. The episode lingers on his happiness, meaningful work, respect, a sense of competence that almost rewrites his entire consciousness. But as the family unravels, Bart failing at school, Lisa's allergies, Marge's alcoholism of boredom. The fantasy decays, and the move ends with Homer surrendering the perfect job to return to the old dysfunction. According to this theory, the system has tested a higher functioning timeline, then snapped the parameters back before they drift too far from the intended baseline. We see the same structure in Cape Fear when the family enters witness protection and relocates to Terror Lake. New names, new houseboat, a literal government program designed to sever them from Springfield's dangers. For a few scenes, the show toys with the idea that Homer's mind might inhabit a new setting, with new rules and new threats. Then the absurdity escalates. Sideshow Bob's impossible survivals, the rickety boat, the carnival atmosphere, and the entire experiment collapses back into Springfield normalcy, and as if the outside world cannot maintain a stable connection to their story. Other episodes repeat the pattern at different scales. When they join the movementarians' cult, the family is absorbed into a closed community that promises spiritual escape and a rewritten identity, only for that bubble to burst and deposit them right back in their living room. Temporary relocations for schemes, jobs, or disasters. Homer working in another town, the family exiled, even grand adventures overseas, end with legal troubles evaporated, financial ruin forgotten, and emotional trauma overwritten once the skyline of Springfield reappears. The evidence becomes clear that consequences cannot survive the border crossing in either direction. Most telling is how Homer reacts emotionally. He often resists leaving, clinging to his bar stool and his nuclear plant routine, then adapts with impossible speed, embracing new jobs, new houses, even new identities, as if his mind is desperate for any alternate script. Yet by the end of each episode, he seems almost relieved to return to the familiar misery of Springfield, settling back into his old chair as though some deeper conditioning has been satisfied. This mirrors how a lab animal returns to a known maze after briefly exploring an opening that was never truly meant to stay open. If horizontal escape routes always fold back into the same streets and the same bar, then this theory suggests the only way out is vertical. Not another town, but another layer of reality. And in the next part, when the show abandons canon entirely for Halloween specials, multiverse glitches, and impossible futures, we start to see what happens when Homer's prison walls bend in 3 dimensions instead of 2. Treehouse of Horror, glitches, test builds, and alternate Homers. When the show finally goes vertical, it does it in the most literal way possible, by stepping outside its own continuity. On the surface, the Treehouse of Horror episodes are harmless, non-canon Halloween fun, a place where Homer can die, transform, or destroy reality without consequence. But in this video, we're going to be taking a closer look at them as something else entirely. Test builds, experimental branches where the system drops its restraints and watches what Homer's consciousness can endure. Officially, every Treehouse of Horror episode is outside the main timeline. Homer is vaporized, devoured, dismembered, turned into food, cloned, and thrown across time. And then yet, the next week, he's back on the couch with a donut. This theory suggests that those "it was just a special" disclaimers are an in-universe fiction, a narrative firewall that hides the fact that we're seeing extreme manipulations of the same underlying subject. When examining these segments as simulations, the pattern is striking. The body, the mind, and the wider reality are all stress-tested to failure. Take the 3D animated segment, Homer Cubed, where Homer steps behind a bookcase and enters a mathematically impossible void. In that space, his model is rebuilt from flat ink into textured polygons, his familiar outline translated into something uncanny. According to this theory, that isn't just a visual gag. It's a glimpse of the system loading a different rendering engine around the same core Homer and seeing whether his personality persists when the physics and graphics layer are completely rewritten. Later, in episodes with multiverse couch gags and alternate animation styles, we watch dozens of Homers flicker past. Lego Homer, Puppet Homer, hyper-realistic Homer, crude, early draft Homer. On screen, it plays a surreal comedy. Under this framework, it reads like a debug menu. The evidence becomes clear when we notice that the family remains structurally identical in each variation, as if the simulation is rapidly instantiating parallel builds of the same family to compare outcomes, to see which versions break and which continue to sit, laugh, and reset. Most telling is how these horror stories almost never leave scars. Homer can be possessed, can murder his family with an axe. It can be torn apart by aliens or trapped in an endless time loop. And yet there is no enduring guilt, no permanent madness, no continuity damage. He simply snaps back. This mirrors how his mainline life quietly erases his many deaths, injuries and traumas, suggesting that Treehouse of Horror is not an exception to the rules of his reality, but a more honest expression of them. The tonal shift is crucial. The violence is sharper, the universe more openly cruel, the surrealism no longer disguised as wacky sitcom antics, but presented as overt nightmare logic. In this context, the Halloween label feels less like a genre experiment and more like a stress test environment, a safe sandbox where the system can push Homer's character model past the breaking point without having to repair the narrative afterward. If Treehouse of Horror shows us alternate Homers under impossible pressure, then the flash-forward episodes do something even more unsettling. They don't just bend the world, they let time move. They show Homer aging, changing, and then approaching a point the main series almost never acknowledges, a future where the loop can't reset forever. And Homer's story doesn't just glitch, but stops. Future tense, flash forwards and the futures. Homer was never meant to reach. So now we leave the Halloween universes behind and we walk into something stranger. The episodes where time is allowed to move forward, where the show dares to imagine Homer not as a 39-year-old joke machine, but as an old man whose story has actually continued. When examining these flash forwards, the pattern appears quickly. In Lisa's wedding, we see 2010. Lisa engaged to a British aristocrat, Bart a directionless underachiever, and Homer still in the same house, older, heavier, and already medically fragile. In Bart to the Future, the timeline shifts. Lisa is now president. Bart is a failed musician drifting through casinos, and Homer is a graying dependent, clinging to comfort and scams. Later, in Holidays of Future Past and Days of Future Future, the children are fully grown with families of their own. Technology has leapt ahead, and yet Homer remains a damaged constant in the background. The details contradict each other aggressively. Careers change, relationships reset. The year on the calendar jumps, and Springfield's level of technology swings from slightly advanced to near science fiction. Then this theory suggests these aren't attempts at a single coherent canon, but separate projections, like branching simulations of where Homer's life could end up, if the loop ever allowed him to age. Most telling is how, across every incompatible future, certain anchors never move. Homer's health continues to decline. He never truly leaves Springfield, and his core flaws, impulsivity, addiction, and emotional avoidance, remain unresolved. According to this theory, the show's consciousness of its own timeline glitches is not just a meta-joke. It is the system groping for an endpoint it is structurally forbidden to reach. Each flash-forward episode is a hypothetical end state, an imagined terminal save file for Homer that cannot be loaded into the main continuity because the present must always snap back to middle age, to the nuclear plant, and to the same yellow days repeating. In Days of Future Future, Homer literally dies and is repeatedly restored from backups, his mind uploaded and re-downloaded in a grotesque parody of immortality. In Holidays of Future Past, he is a softened, regretful grandfather, quietly aware of how much harm he has done and how little he can repair. These older Homers often seem confused, numbed or resigned, as if they dimly register the weight of countless discarded possibilities, loops that ran to completion somewhere off-screen, leaving only an ache that present-day Homer never remembers. Yet, in this video, we know what happens next. The credits roll, the future dissolves, and the next episode drops us back into the same floating timeline, with Homer once again 39, the crayon still in his brain, the plant still humming. The evidence becomes clear. Aging past a certain point lies outside the allowed parameters of this reality, like pushing a game engine beyond its intended map. If Homer's future is this unstable and provisional, then what does that imply about his past? What if there were older versions of Homer, other lives, other deaths, that the system quietly erased, replacing them with fresh iterations that never remember what came before? The Homer multiverse, infinite dads, one pattern. If earlier sections hinted at erased lives and discarded timelines, this is where the pattern fully reveals itself. We are no longer dealing with one exhausted dad in one small town. We are looking at a template being stamped across realities. When examining the series as a whole, the multiverse isn't hidden at all. It parades across the screen in plain sight. Our couch gags cycle through caveman Homer, in his crude pelt and heavy brow, robot Homer with metal plates and exposed wiring, superhero Homer swooping in with a cape that can't quite hide the belly underneath. Entire crowds of Homer variants fill the frame in some openings, each with a slightly altered body, outfit or era, yet all unmistakably the same consciousness in different shells. On the surface, these are throwaway jokes, but this theory suggests they are visual leaks from a deeper system. According to this theory, those sequences are not random gags, but controlled demonstrations. Homer is less an individual and more a set of parameters. A tendency toward gluttony, a short temper, a sluggish mind, a buried capacity for love that keeps him tethered to his family. The universe, or whatever runs it, instantiates this pattern again and again, testing different combinations of environment and outcome, as if asking what happens when you drop the same flawed soul into prehistory, into a cyberpunk future, into a superhero narrative, into a robot body that still wants donuts. Treehouse of Horror becomes especially important here. In those non-canon stories, Homer is reimagined as a gigantic eating monster, as a doomed time traveler destroying reality with each careless change, as a severed head grafted onto other bodies, as a more overtly evil or more overtly heroic figure. His origin shifts, his body mutates, his moral alignment slides along the spectrum, yet the core traits persist: the hunger, the impulsiveness, the sudden, startling tenderness for Marge or the kids. Most telling is how, no matter how grotesque the scenario, that the pattern of Homer never fully dissolves. Some episodes even show him brushing up against the edges of this multiverse. We see Homer falling through impossible 3D dimensions, glimpsing worlds that look nothing like Springfield, or encountering alternate versions of himself before being yanked back into his living room and forgetting almost everything. In this video, we treat those moments as controlled exposures, like a lab letting the subject peek at the rest of the maze for a second, then wiping the memory so the experiment can continue. Under this lens, our familiar Springfield Homer is only the main build, the version the camera follows most of the time, but not necessarily the first, and certainly not the only one. Other Homers may have lived full lifetimes, wrecked their worlds, or even achieved genuine growth, and only to be quietly discarded in branches of the story we never see. The evidence becomes clear if we accept the show's willingness to reboot him endlessly. And this leads to a quieter, more unsettling conclusion. If Homer is a template, then his stupidity, his anger, his tenderness, and even his flashes of love are not natural quirks at all, but carefully tuned parameters. The next question is not who Homer is, but why someone keeps rerunning him. Tuning the Homer model: stupidity, rage, and sudden empathy. If Homer is a template, then the next step is to look at him the way a technician would, not as a person, but as a panel of sliders. Intelligence, rage, empathy. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how those settings seem to move, episode to episode, as if some unseen process is quietly tuning his consciousness. The clearest, almost comically literal piece of evidence is the crayon in the brain storyline. One medical procedure, one tiny object removed, and Homer's intelligence spikes. He becomes articulate, reflective, capable of understanding complex ideas, and even the emotional needs of his family. Then, with the crayon reinserted, he drops back into the familiar fog of stupidity, his IQ and his awareness mechanically reduced. When examining this episode alongside earlier moments where he designs inventions, becomes an astronaut, or briefly excels at a new job, the evidence becomes clear. The show has already told us that Homer's mind can be physically dialed up and down. The same pattern appears in his anger. There are episodes where his rage is almost feral, strangling Bart until his eyes bulge, attacking strangers over minor slights, and smashing property in blind frustration. Yet in other stories, that aggression slider seems lowered. Homer waits patiently in lines, absorbs insults from Mr. Burns, or endures humiliation for the sake of his children. Most telling is how these shifts rarely receive in-universe explanation. One week, he is a barely controlled storm. The next, he quietly accepts suffering, as if the system is testing how much volatility Springfield can absorb without fully collapsing. His empathy follows an equally unnerving curve. We watch a selfish, food-obsessed man who forgets birthdays and sabotages his own family's happiness. And then, suddenly, a different Homer steps forward. He sits with Lisa during her depressive episodes, defends Marge's dignity against sleazy men and uncaring institutions, or risks his life for Maggie without hesitation. These moments of deep, almost piercing insight appear abruptly, then vanish. Like a higher empathy build of Homer has been loaded for a single episode and then rolled back. According to this theory, these are not random inconsistencies, but parameter adjustments. Intelligence is nudged higher to see how a smarter Homer destabilizes his marriage and job. Aggression is pushed into the red to observe how much harm he can inflict before his relationships fracture. Empathy is raised or suppressed to model different versions of the same man living in the same impossible town. This mirrors how a simulation might iterate on one character template, running countless emotional configurations to map the boundaries of a closed reality. Fans have felt this on an intuitive level, which is why the term jerk-ass Homer emerged. It names a recognizable variant. The build where his empathy slider is dragged almost to zero, his chaos slider pushed high, and the warm, confused dad is replaced by something colder and more performatively cruel. What if those episodes are not mistakes, but records of a harsher configuration being trialed? Most telling is how these shifting settings reveal themselves in one specific arena: his treatment of his family. The next step is to watch what happens when those sliders move while Homer is standing in front of Marge, the person who functions as his handler, his anchor, and, in this theory, his quiet warden. Marge the handler, the woman who keeps Homer. Contained, when examining Homer's life through this darker lens, Marge stops being just the blue-haired heart of the household and starts to look like something far more structural. She is not only his wife, she is the containment field that wraps around him, the soft barrier between Homer's chaotic consciousness and a reality that keeps insisting on staying the same. In episode after episode, Marge is framed as the moral center of the family, the one who remembers birthdays, packs lunches, and apologizes to neighbors after Homer's latest disaster. Homer gambles away savings, becomes an alcoholic again, joins a cult, endangers the children with impossible schemes, and she still takes him back. Her forgiveness is not casual, it is ritual, arriving with a sigh, a speech, or a quiet embrace that signals to the narrative itself that the reset has been authorized. And this theory suggests that Marge functions as the show's living reset button. Homer wrecks the car, loses another job, nearly cheats, or actually cheats in emotional terms, and the episode drifts toward that familiar closing rhythm, where Marge either sets a boundary or chooses mercy. The music swells, the camera pulls back on the family sitting together, and the evidence becomes clear. Once Marge has spoken, reality can slide back into its default configuration, no matter how impossible the preceding events were. According to this theory, that is not an accident of writing, but a clue to her deeper role inside the loop. Marge is effectively Homer's handler within the simulation, the stabilizer assigned to absorb his damage and redirect his impulses before he tears the dream wide open. And this mirrors how a caretaker manages a volatile patient, soothing outbursts, limiting stimuli, and guiding them back to a safe script. When Homer becomes an astronaut, a rock star, or a vigilante, Marge is the voice on the other end of the tether, pulling him back to the couch, the dinner table, the nuclear plant. Most telling is how the universe itself reacts when Marge steps away from that post. In episodes where she briefly leaves Homer, moves out, or seriously considers divorce, the tone of Springfield shifts. Coincidences pile up, minor conflicts spiral into full-blown crises, and even side characters behave in heightened, frantic ways until circumstances funnel her back into place beside him. It is as if the system cannot tolerate Homer unhandled for more than 22 minutes. In this video, and we're also forced to notice how Marge's own desires are treated. She discovers painting, bodybuilding, a police career, a gambling addiction, a brief rebellion against domestic life, and each time the arc is neatly folded away. Her ambitions do not accumulate into growth, they evaporate. The simulation appears to prioritize her function as stabilizer over her individual development, resetting her almost as aggressively as it resets Homer's consequences. So if Marge is the one keeping Homer contained, who or what is quietly keeping Marge in line? To answer that, we have to look up the chain, toward the older generation, and the unfinished ghost-like stories of Abe and Mona Simpson that still haunt Homer's mind. Abe and Mona, the broken prototype family. Abe and Mona are what the Simpson family looks like when the experiment fails. When examining Abe, the series presents a man who has already been discarded by the narrative. He is bitter and exhausted, shuffling through the retirement home in a state that drifts between senility and performance, telling rambling war stories that slide from the plausible to the clearly impossible in a single breath. He rants about fighting in multiple different wars, about secret missions and lost loves, and the show invites us to laugh at how none of it quite adds up, even as it quietly confirms that he did, in fact, raise Homer alone after Mona vanished. According to this theory, that bitterness is not just a character trait. It is the residue of being the sole parent in a broken prototype family. Abe is emotionally distant, quick to anger, and openly resentful of Homer, blaming him for his own lost youth and failed dreams, yet also clinging to him as his only real connection to the outside world. In episode after episode, we see him begging for attention, then immediately sabotaging any intimacy with complaints or accusations, as if the experiment that produced Homer also wired Abe to push away the very person he needs. Mona, by contrast, is defined by absence. She appears not as a stable presence, but as a series of flashbacks and retcons. The radical activist who sabotaged Mr. Burns's germ warfare project, the young mother framed by the system and forced to flee, the ghost who leaves Homer with a permanent abandonment wound. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how Homer's memories of her are fragmented and contradictory, shifting from tender bedtime stories to abrupt disappearances in roadside gas stations, as though his mind cannot decide whether she was a hero or a deserter. This theory suggests that Abe and Mona's marriage was an early iteration of the Simpson family model, a union subjected to the same pressures that later bear down on Homer and Marge. Springfield's corruption, Burns's reach, the strange elasticity of time and continuity itself. Their relationship cannot withstand that pressure, and the system solves the problem by excising Mona, turning her into a narrative glitch that must be periodically patched. Most telling is how each episode that revisits her past rewrites or expands her story, adding new details about her activism, her arrests, and her secret returns, as if the show is still trying to retroactively justify why a mother would leave and never truly come back. This mirrors how Homer's own origin keeps sliding from the 1950s to the 1990s, the timeline stretching to keep him at 39, while his childhood is endlessly reauthored. The evidence becomes clear when we connect this failed prototype to Homer's adult behavior. His intense fear of losing Marge, his panicked clinging to a nuclear plant job he openly hates, and his obsessive need to preserve a stable, if dysfunctional, home, all read as overcorrections to Abe and Mona's collapse. What if his famous loyalty to the plant, despite Burns's cruelty, is less about laziness and more about never triggering the same chain of events that drove his mother away? In that light, Homer becomes an ideal subject for a long-term behavioral study. A man shaped by abandonment, kept in a controlled environment, are observed as he tries to maintain the very family structure that once failed him. And standing just behind him is Abe, the unreliable narrator who remembers too much. The show locks him in a retirement home, treats his memories as jokes and nonsense, and punishes him whenever he gets close to revealing a coherent past. As we move forward, we have to ask, in a town built on denial, what happens to a subject who insists on remembering the original experiment? Abe's stories, glitched memories of previous loops. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at one of Springfield's strangest information leaks, Abe Simpson's stories. The show presents them as harmless rambling, the background noise of the retirement home. But when examining them as data rather than jokes, the evidence becomes clear that something else is happening. Abe's defining trait is his monologue. He launches into long, winding accounts of his past, dragging Homer or the family through narratives that contradict each other from episode to episode, that casually bend history, and that always, somehow, place him at the center of impossible events. One week, he's storming the beaches of Normandy. Another, he's inventing some crucial product. Another, he's sharing a foxhole with famous figures who never met in real life, all delivered with the same unshakable confidence. On the surface, the series marks these as unreliable memories, the confused output of an aging mind. Characters roll their eyes, nurses wheel him away. Homer literally falls asleep as Abe talks. Yet most telling is how the show occasionally confirms details that should have been pure delusion. A photo on a wall, and a passing reference from another character, or a flashback sequence will quietly align with something Abe once muttered, blurring the line between senility and fractured, but genuine, memory. According to this theory, Abe is not simply forgetful, he is overexposed. He has lived through war, through the founding and refounding of Springfield's institutions, and crucially, through time periods that the show keeps sliding around to preserve Homer's age. This mirrors how Homer's own origin stories shift from the 1950s to the 1970s to the 1990s, as if the timeline is being constantly rewritten, while the same consciousness is dragged forward. Abe's mind, older and less insulated, may register these edits as overlapping lives rather than clean retcons. In that light, his contradictions start to resemble corrupted save files. One version of Abe remembers raising Homer in a small post-war town. Another remembers a later, more toxic Springfield already warped by the nuclear plant. Still, another remembers experimental programs, strange institutions, and classified projects that brush against Homer's future jobs and identities. This theory suggests that Abe was present near earlier iterations of the Homer experiment, and that his brain now holds several incompatible runs of the same life. The show's treatment of Abe's living conditions becomes more disturbing through this lens. He is placed in a retirement home, abandoned at hospitals, forgotten at roadside stops, and occasionally locked in institutions where his access to the outside world is tightly controlled. Socially, he is quarantined. Narratively, a character who remembers too much about how reality used to work is kept away from the main cast, his testimony neutralized by the label of crazy old man. Yet Abe keeps talking. When he corners Homer with another story about the past, he is, according to this theory, trying to warn him. The tales of failed businesses, doomed romances, and alternate futures read like corrupted but vital patch notes from previous loops, hinting that Homer has made these mistakes before, in other cycles of Springfield's history that were quietly overwritten. If Abe's broken memories are echoes of earlier runs, then Homer's present life is not a first draft at all. It is just the latest in a very long series of attempts to make this man, in this town, finally work. The next part of this video asks a darker question. What happens if we can trace those loops directly, through Homer's shifting childhood, his changing jobs, and the futures that keep failing to stick? The medical file. Every injury, coma, and hidden hospital stay, if the broken memories are echoes, then the body should be the one thing that does not lie. Timelines can shift, jobs can evaporate, relationships can be rewritten, but bones and organs are supposed to keep a more honest record. In this video, we turn from Homer's elastic past to the one archive that should be objective, his medical file. When examining Homer's history on screen, the first thing that stands out is sheer volume. He sustains dozens of concussions from falls off roofs, car crashes, and of course, the endless blows from Springfield Gorge, each impact treated as slapstick in the moment, yet cumulatively enough to end a real person's life or permanently erase their personality. He experiences at least one explicit heart attack, multiple chest pains, and ongoing obesity-related crises. Yet his cardiovascular system resets by the next episode, allowing him to sprint, shout, and binge without lasting consequence. Then there are the injuries that move from dangerous into impossible. Homer is crushed by vending machines, by crowds, by collapsing structures, and walks away with bruises. He is impaled by objects, pierced through the torso, and later seen eating donuts as if nothing happened. He is electrocuted at voltages that should stop his heart, caught in nuclear plant accidents, exposed to radiation that turns inanimate objects into glowing mutants. Yet, his own cells show no stable signs of cancer, scarring, or degeneration. The evidence becomes clear that the show is quietly cataloguing a body that refuses to follow biological rules. Doctors in Springfield notice this, even if they treat it as a joke. We see X-rays of Homer's skull that depict bone so thick it borders on armor, and of course the infamous crayon lodged in his brain. A foreign object that should have caused seizures, infection, or death long before adulthood. When the crayon is briefly removed, his intelligence spikes. When it is reinserted, his cognition collapses again. Yet there are no surgical scars, no rehabilitation, no chronic deficits one would expect after repeated brain trauma. Most telling is how medical professionals remark on his extreme tolerance for pain and damage, as if his physiology has been tuned for impact. Layered over this is his relationship with the threshold of death. Homer enters comas and near-death states with unsettling regularity. He floats above hospital beds, walks through liminal corridors, visits heavenly waiting rooms and hellish landscapes, encounters visions of deceased relatives, and negotiates with cosmic beings. According to this theory, these are not one-off gags, but glimpses of his consciousness slipping out of a body that is repeatedly yanked back, restored to factory settings with no scars, no lasting disability, no PTSD. This mirrors how his spinal injuries vanish, how organ failure never quite sticks, how even total bodily destruction in certain episodes is undone by the next week, as if a save file is reloaded whenever the story goes too far. And this theory suggests that Homer is under some kind of maintenance protocol, either preserved by the universe as a narrative anchor, or sustained by an unseen experimenter who will not allow a permanent game over. If time around him can bend, perhaps his body is being rolled back as well, returning him to a default, damaged but functional state after each catastrophe. So we are left with a quiet, eerie question as you drift deeper into this dream of Springfield. Is this immortality a gift? Or is Homer trapped in a loop where pain is real but consequences are not, making him the perfect test subject for a world that endlessly resets just before he can escape? The crayon in his brain, intelligence, sabotage, and the safeguard theory. If Homer is the perfect test subject for a world that keeps resetting, then the next piece of evidence is hiding in plain sight inside his skull. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at the crayon in Homer's brain and how one throwaway joke episode quietly rewrites his entire consciousness as something engineered, dampened, and kept safely below a dangerous threshold. The episode Hom reveals that as a child, Homer literally shoved a crayon up his nose and never removed it. Years later, a medical scan shows the crayon lodged deep in his brain, pressing on vital tissue, lowering his IQ and explaining decades of impulsiveness, poor memory, and impossible bad decisions. What plays as a gag about childhood stupidity becomes, under this theory, a medical confession. Homer has been neurologically sabotaged since childhood, with a foreign object acting as a permanent governor on his mind. And when the doctors remove the crayon, the transformation is immediate and unsettling. Homer's IQ jumps to 105. He becomes articulate, thoughtful, and unexpectedly gentle, staying up late to read, bonding with Lisa on an intellectual level, and suddenly perceiving the structural injustices of Springfield. He notices the nuclear plant safety violations, the way his neighbors are exploited, the quiet sadness in his father, and the loneliness in people he used to mock. Most telling is how this new awareness hurts him. Intelligence, for Homer, arrives hand in hand with empathy and despair. The world responds like an immune system. His co-workers resent his competence. Mr. Burns sees his safety reports as a threat. Moe and the barflies reject his sober observations. Marge is unsettled by his new personality, and Lisa, the one family member who should celebrate this, watches in horror as his social world collapses. According to this theory, Springfield cannot tolerate a fully awake Homer. Once he starts questioning his environment, the entire social fabric pushes back, urging him to return to his dulled, compliant state. This theory suggests that the crayon functions as both literal and symbolic dampener, a plug in his consciousness that keeps him from noticing the deeper anomalies of his reality. A man who can calculate risk, see patterns and follow consequences might begin to notice that time doesn't pass correctly, that injuries vanish, that impossible events are treated as normal. The evidence becomes clear when we see how quickly the narrative punishes the version of Homer who can truly think. So Homer chooses to have the crayon reinserted. On the surface, it is framed as a bittersweet act of self-sabotage, sacrificing intelligence to reclaim love and acceptance. In a darker reading, this mirrors how the show always forces a reset after his near awakenings. Space travel, prophetic dreams, psychedelic journeys, existential breakdowns, all followed by a quiet return to the couch. Someone, or something, benefits from Homer staying just smart enough to function, but not smart enough to escape. His reduced intelligence operating as a built-in safety feature for the system of Springfield. And if his mind is being kept foggy on purpose, we are left with one last uneasy question as you drift deeper into this dream. On the rare nights when Homer does see too much, who is it that needs him to fall back asleep? Homer the genius. Alternate smart timelines and what they reveal. If something needs Homer to fall back asleep, then the moments when he briefly wakes up become very important. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at those strange, flickering timelines where Homer is suddenly competent, unexpectedly insightful, or even outright brilliant, as if some other version of his mind has pushed through the fog for a second too long. When examining the long run of the series, we see an unsettling pattern. Every time Homer becomes too capable, reality bends to push him back down. There is the episode where he pulls the crayon from his brain and his IQ jumps, turning him into a quiet, melancholy genius who understands Lisa, grasps complex social problems, and writes a devastating letter about Springfield's corruption. There is the period where he becomes an inventor after idolizing Thomas Edison, sketching functional devices and reverse engineering existing technology in a way that requires sustained focus, we are told, he does not have. We see it again in his brief stints as a surprisingly effective nuclear safety worker, where he solves meltdown scenarios through actual reasoning rather than slapstick luck. And in the episode where he becomes an astronaut, mastering simulations and procedures that should be impossible for the baseline Homer we know. The evidence becomes clear when we line these together. Bursts of competence, flashes of systemic thinking, and moments of deep emotional awareness, such as his rare, articulate apologies to Marge, or his understanding of Lisa's loneliness in several key scenes. Most telling is how the world around him occasionally acknowledges that this potential was always there. Old teachers describe him as having promise before it was wasted. Supervisors hint that if he applied himself, he could rise far beyond the plant. Even Marge, in quieter, sadder moments, notes that Homer could have been so much more under different circumstances, as if she has glimpsed another path where his consciousness was never dulled. According to this theory, those paths are not mere hypotheticals. They are neighboring timelines, suppressed branches of his life that bleed through as dreams, fantasies, or non-canon experiments. Treehouse of Horror episodes, flash forwards to more put-together future Homers, and multiverse specials all present alternate versions with different levels of intelligence and self-control, as though the show is haunted by many possible Homers coexisting just off-screen. This mirrors how a fractured mind can generate multiple selves, each with its own capabilities, only one of which is allowed to steer. This theory suggests that the dumb, impulsive Homer is not his only possible self, but the one that best preserves Springfield's status quo. Too foggy to revolt, too distracted to escape, yet just functional enough to keep the plant running. And whenever a sharper Homer surfaces, the universe responds with a reset, a joke, or an abrupt return to normal, like a hand pressing the snooze button on a dangerous awakening. What if those smart Homer episodes are not comic detours at all, but tragic what-ifs, faint transmissions from a version of Homer who was meant to be much more, and who still remembers that dimly, I'm from somewhere just beyond this dream? If hidden potential can leak through like that, then we have to ask what else is being edited, erased, or rewritten around him. Anger management. Homer's rage as a programmed failsafe. If hidden memories can be dimmed, then emotional reactions can be rewritten too. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at Homer's most infamous trait, the one that has followed him from the earliest episodes to the latest futures: his anger. On the surface, Homer's rage is a simple cartoon gag. He strangles Bart so routinely that it becomes a visual catchphrase, his hands snapping around his son's neck the second a prank goes wrong, eyes bulging, tongue lolling out, as if violence is his default language. At work, he lunges at co-workers, threatens Mr. Burns, and explodes over minor inconveniences like a missing donut or a traffic delay, often with impossible, almost superhuman intensity that the next scene quietly forgets. Most telling is how this anger is compartmentalized, sealed off from the rest of his personality like a hidden subroutine. Homer can be loving and gentle in one moment, kissing Maggie goodnight, comforting Lisa during a saxophone crisis, or clinging to Marge in bed like a frightened child. And then, with no real transition, he snaps into near homicidal rage. The strangling stops as quickly as it starts. There are no bruises, no family meetings, no permanent consequences, just a hard reset of the emotional state. According to this theory, that reset is not just a comedic device, but a clue. When examining the pattern across episode after episode, the evidence becomes clear. Homer has been conditioned to respond to stress with violence instead of reflection. The instant a situation could lead him toward insight about his job, his marriage, or his own mind, the anger kicks in, like a circuit breaker flipping before a dangerous current can flow. We see this in the quiet moments that almost become breakthroughs. When Marge questions their marriage during Homer Alone, or A Streetcar Named Marge, conversations that begin with painful honesty often end with Homer sulking, yelling, or storming off, the emotional temperature rising just enough to drown out any deeper examination. In workplace episodes where he briefly confronts the horror of being a nuclear safety inspector with no competence, his panic quickly mutates into tantrums, fistfights, or slapstick destruction, returning the narrative to safe, noisy chaos. This mirrors how his attempts at anger management or therapy are treated. In Brother, Can You Spare 2 Dimes? And later counseling episodes, Homer appears to make progress, learning to name feelings, to pause before lashing out, to consider his family's perspective. But those gains evaporate almost instantly in subsequent stories, as if Springfield's underlying system cannot allow a calmer, more introspective Homer to persist in its ongoing dream of stasis. This theory suggests that his rage is linked to the same forces that suppress his intelligence and grant him impossible physical resilience. A man who cannot die easily, cannot think too clearly, and is prone to violent outbursts is easy to keep trapped in a loop. Every time his consciousness edges toward awakening, a pain and fury flood the screen and wash the insight away. What if Homer's worst moments are not glitches, but features deliberately embedded into his personality to ensure that any path toward genuine awareness is sabotaged from within, not by an external villain, but by his own programmed heart? If his emotions can be weaponized against him like that, we have to ask what else in his life has been quietly engineered to keep him exactly where he is. The food obsession, comfort, control, and chemical conditioning. If his emotions can be tuned like that, then his appetites become even more suspicious. Homer's love of food is presented as a joke, but when examining his life as a whole, it starts to look less like a quirk and more like a system. From the earliest episodes, Homer is defined by consumption. Donuts piled high at the nuclear plant, Duff beer flowing endlessly at Moe's, fast food bags crumpled on the couch while the family stares at the glowing television. He doesn't just enjoy eating, he pursues it with an almost trance-like focus, happily devouring experimental snacks, clearly unsafe meats, or glowing, irradiated products that no conscious person should trust. His catchphrase might as well be an open mouth. Most telling is how many of his rare, unambiguously happy moments are framed around food and drink. A perfect pink frosted donut becomes a portal to bliss. A cold duff after work is treated as the natural reward for surviving another day at the plant. When he is stressed, he eats. When he is sad, he eats. When he is bored, he wanders to the fridge or to Moe's, as if his mind has been trained to interpret every emotional signal as a hunger cue that must be answered with sugar, fat, or alcohol. This mirrors how reward systems operate in real-world conditioning. According to this theory, the food that orbits Homer is not neutral. Much of it comes directly from, or is advertised alongside, the same corporate structures that control his labor. The nuclear plant cafeteria, Lard Lad Donuts, Krusty Burger, Duff Brewery, all form a closed loop between his job, his diet, and his consciousness, ensuring that the substances that soothe him are supplied by the forces that also exploit him. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how that loop might function as a form of soft control. While this theory suggests that Homer's brain chemistry is constantly being nudged towards sedation, sugar spikes followed by crashes, alcohol dulling his perception, greasy comfort food slowing his body, and, by extension, his will. The evidence becomes clear in episodes where food produces extreme physical changes. We see him deliberately gain massive weight to work from home, treat addictive snacks like contraband, or react to experimental products with hallucinations and bizarre behavior, only for his body to snap back to its usual, strangely indestructible baseline by the next episode. Beer is the liquid half of this equation. At Moe's Tavern, reality blurs. Time stretches, voices slur, and the line between dream and waking life grows thin. What if that hazy bar light is one more filter placed over his already fragile grasp on reality, making it harder to distinguish genuine experiences from the impossible, looping logic of Springfield itself? According to this theory, a man whose body resets, whose mind is dampened, and whose emotions are regulated by anger and food, is perfectly engineered to endure endless repetition without revolt. Every donut, every duff, every late-night fridge raid becomes another tiny anchor, holding Homer in place in a town that needs him to stay exactly where he is, exactly as he is. And if his pleasures are weaponized against him like this, we have to ask what that says about the forces designing Springfield's comforts in the first place. Homer the Worker, the nuclear plant as a ritual site. If Homer's comforts are being used to hold him in place, then the question becomes, in place where? The answer, according to this theory, is not home or Moe's, but the humming concrete labyrinth of the Springfield nuclear power plant, which stops being a workplace and starts to look like a ritual site that his entire consciousness orbits around. When examining Homer's career, the first impossible detail is its sheer duration. He is catastrophically unqualified for his role as safety inspector, yet he remains there for decades, through mergers, strikes, legal investigations, and countless near meltdowns. We see him asleep at the console, ignoring flashing warning lights, blocking out alarms with a brick, even leaving his post entirely to chase donuts. And still, the plant never truly fires him in any lasting way. The evidence becomes clear. The universe of the show bends over backwards to keep him in that chair. Across episodes, and the plant behaves less like regulated infrastructure and more like a barely contained portal. There are core meltdowns narrowly averted by random chance, radiation leaks that spill glowing green ooze into the river, and three-eyed fish like Blinky calmly swimming in the runoff, as if mutation is the town's natural state. Homer casually handles neon fuel rods, shoving them down the back of his shirt or forgetting them in his lunchbox. And yet Springfield continues, scarred but intact, as though physical laws are suggestions rather than rules. At the center of this facility stands Mr. Burns, who, in this video, we can read not just as a boss, but as a high priest. He's impossibly old, impossibly wealthy, and seemingly immune to consequence, presiding over the reactors like a guardian of some ancient energy. And this theory suggests that Burns's frailty and near immortality mirror the plant itself, always on the verge of collapse, yet eternally sustained, draining the town while refusing to die. Most telling is how Homer's life keeps circling back to this place. He becomes an astronaut, a musician, an inventor, a monorail conductor. He runs a snowplow business, joins the police, even quits in righteous anger more than once. Yet some narrative gravity always pulls him back through those security gates, back to Sector 7G, as if reality will not stabilize unless he is physically present at that console. Visually, the plant looms over Springfield like a concrete altar. The twin cooling towers dominate the skyline in establishing shots. The green glow of waste barrels and distorted fish becomes a recurring motif, and even the town's yellow skin can be read as a permanent stain of exposure. According to this theory, the radiation here is not only chemical, it is narrative, leaking into continuity itself, resetting ages, erasing consequences, and holding the town in a dreamlike present tense. If the plant is the ritual site and Homer is its unwitting attendant, we are left with a final, quieter question. What is he actually powering? And what happens to Springfield's fragile reality if he ever truly walks away for good? Career carousel. Every job, one identity. If the question is what happens if Homer ever truly walks away, the show's answer is strangely consistent. He is not allowed to. The evidence becomes clear when we look at his career carousel, the impossible catalogue of lives he samples and then abandons, and as if Springfield keeps running controlled experiments on his identity and then wiping the slate clean. Across hundreds of episodes, Homer is not just a safety inspector and a barfly. He becomes an astronaut on the space shuttle, a heavyweight boxer for Moe, a monorail conductor steering a doomed civic project, and a snowplow driver rumbling through town as Mr. Plow. He fronts a barbershop quartet, tours as a rock musician with a grunge band, designs a disastrous car for his half-brother, works as an inventor, a college student, a bodyguard, a mascot, even the voice of a cartoon dog. On paper, this looks like freedom. In practice, it looks like a loop. When examining these careers, a pattern emerges that is too precise to ignore. Homer stumbles into each role through coincidence or accident, briefly excels or catastrophically fails, and then, with almost ritual efficiency, returns to his console at the plant. His time as an astronaut ends with him literally crashing back to Earth. His run as a boxer ends when his body can no longer absorb punishment. His monorail job ends with the line shut down in disgrace. Each branch is pruned as soon as it grows. This theory suggests that every new job is less a character arc and more a diagnostic test, probing different versions of Homer's consciousness. One episode tries out a brave Homer, another a creative Homer, another a disciplined or famous Homer. And for a moment, it can feel as if reality is about to shift around him, as if this will be the life that sticks. But according to this theory, the universe of Springfield rejects those variants the way a body rejects a transplant, restoring the default setting, dim, employed, and anchored to the reactor. Most telling is how episodes that present genuine fulfillment are quietly erased. As Mr. Plow, Homer experiences pride, competence, and community respect. As a musician, he finds an adoring audience. As an inventor, his mind briefly seems sharp and purposeful. Yet subsequent episodes treat those accomplishments as disposable dreams, rarely referenced, never allowed to permanently upgrade who he is. This mirrors how a dream can feel life-changing in the moment. only to evaporate with the alarm clock. The town participates in this amnesia. Springfield will cheer him as a hero in one episode and by the next, mock him as the same old idiot, as if collective memory has been edited between commercial breaks. In this video, we are treating that not as lazy writing, but as in-universe evidence of a control mechanism. The community's perception snaps him back into his designated role, no matter how impossible his previous adventures were. Through this lens, the plant becomes a ritual anchor for his identity. The further Homer's career drifts from those green towers, the stronger the narrative gravity that pulls him home, often through contrived coincidences, sudden disasters, or convenient disillusionment. What looks like variety is actually containment, a safe way for the show's reality to simulate alternate Homers without ever allowing him to truly become someone else. If his jobs are simulations, what happens when the experiment turns from his work life to his inner life? His memories, his past, and the very timeline that claims to explain who he is. The musician, the star, the hero, fame that never sticks. If his jobs are simulations, then his moments of glory are stress tests. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at the strange pattern where Homer briefly becomes important to Springfield, or even to the wider world, only for that importance to evaporate as if reality itself rejected it. We can start with one of the clearest examples: Homer as a rock musician. In Homerpalooza, he joins a touring festival, becomes a freak show headliner who can survive cannon blasts to the stomach, and suddenly he is adored by disaffected teenagers who would usually mock him. For a few scenes, he has fans, backstage access, and the illusion of cultural relevance, as though his consciousness has finally synced with the era around him instead of lagging decades behind. Other episodes repeat this rise, and he becomes a minor celebrity as Mr. Plow, his jingle echoing through Springfield's collective mind. He briefly turns into a TV personality as a safety crusader, a food critic, a reality contestant, or the star of a viral clip when he injures himself in some impossible slapstick way. Each time, the structure is the same. The town fixates on him. He gains power or money or a new identity. And for a moment, it feels like the series is redefining who Homer is allowed to be. Most telling is how quickly the world erases these peaks. By the next episode, the Mr. Plow jacket is gone. The band is forgotten. The TV show is cancelled. And Springfield treats him as just another anonymous barfly. The evidence becomes clear when examining how rarely these achievements are mentioned again, even when they would logically matter. According to this theory, that silence is not just a sitcom convenience. It is an enforced reset, a kind of narrative amnesia imposed on the town. This theory suggests that Springfield cannot permit Homer to accumulate lasting status, because sustained influence would let him alter the town's trajectory. A beloved local hero could challenge Mr. Burns. A respected TV figure could shape public opinion. A successful musician could leave the plant entirely. Instead, each storyline snaps back to the same baseline: the couch, the barstool, the console at Sector 7G, as if fame were a temporary glitch in a controlled system. What makes it more unsettling is how Homer himself participates in the erasure. He sabotages his own success through arrogance, distraction, or self-destructive appetites, behaving as though some deeper program inside his mind rejects stability. He forgets lessons, burns bridges, ruins contracts, and walks away from opportunity with an almost ritual regularity, which mirrors how the show's reality refuses to let him evolve. In this framework, Homer becomes a controlled variable in a larger experiment. He can be elevated, adored, and tested under the bright lights of fame, but he must always be returned to his starting position. What would it feel like to dimly remember that you were once a star, a hero, a legend, and realize that your world has quietly decided those versions of you never truly counted? Treehouse of Horror, leaked timelines and forbidden experiments. That sense of being a legend whose victories no longer count leads us into the strangest corner of Homer's existence, a place the series itself insists is not real, while quietly using it to do the most damage to him. We're talking about Treehouse of Horror, the annual ritual where the show abandons its rules, its continuity, and on paper, its canon. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at those Halloween episodes not as disposable parody, but as leaked timelines, experimental branches, where Homer's consciousness is pushed past its limits. Officially, these are anthology stories, playful horror, sci-fi, and fantasy vignettes that reset at the end of the night. According to this theory, they are something far colder. Sandbox simulations where Springfield's usual restraints are lifted so that Homer can be broken, rebuilt, and observed. When examining the Treehouse catalogue, the pattern becomes hard to ignore. Homer is constantly placed at the center of reality-breaking events. In The Shining, he is driven to murderous insanity by an empty hotel and his own cravings. In Time and Punishment, a simple toaster repair sends him spiraling through branching dimensions where the family mutates, vanishes, or turns into lizard-tongued strangers. In The Devil and Homer Simpson, his very soul is litigated, as if the universe is stress-testing his moral weight. He dies, mutates, explodes, is eaten, dismembered, cloned into an endless Homer horde, and yet always returns unharmed by the next October. This mirrors how a laboratory would treat a durable test subject. Each Halloween episode becomes a sealed run of the experiment, an isolated branch of reality, where the impossible is not just allowed, but required, and the evidence becomes clear when we look at how often Treehouse ideas later reappear in softened form. Homer's toast to time travel foreshadows the more grounded holidays of future past, and days of future, where alternate futures and multiple Homers become accepted parts of the show's language. His encounters with cosmic entities in The Raven or the Black Hole segment echo later episodes where he brushes against metaphysical forces, only with the horror dialed down. Most telling is how Homer reacts inside these stories. His fear in The Shining, his exhausted resignation as dimensions keep changing around him in Time and Punishment, his pleading confusion when his soul is on trial. These do not feel like broad sketch comedy. They feel like genuine emotional responses from the same mind we know, and suddenly forced to confront the cosmic horror that the main timeline usually keeps just out of his reach. This theory suggests that Treehouse segments are not outside the universe, but adjacent to it. Parallel branches sharing a common root in Homer's consciousness. What if, when he wakes up on November 1st, some fragment of terror, awe, or loss bleeds back into the real Springfield as a half-remembered dream? Over decades, the show itself has blurred the line between canon and non-canon so thoroughly, reusing designs, concepts, even specific gags, that it becomes harder to insist that Treehouse is completely separate from Homer's true life. In that light, Treehouse of Horror stands as the clearest evidence that someone, somewhere, is willing to destroy Homer in every conceivable way. Physically, mentally, spiritually, as long as they can always restore him afterward. And if these are the wild test runs, then the next question becomes, what does it look like when the experiment tries to redesign Homer permanently, not just for one haunted night? Flash forwards and future Homers, doomed destinies on repeat. If Treehouse of Horror is the experiment turned up to 11, then the flash-forward episodes are the quieter, more insidious trials. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at what happens when the show stops killing Homer for a night and instead skips ahead, asking a different, colder question. What does this man actually become? Across the series, we see a whole gallery of future Homers. There is the older, wheezing father in Lisa's wedding, wandering a slightly more advanced Springfield, while his daughter prepares to marry an English aristocrat. There is the paunchy grandfather in Bart to the Future, loafing around a failing casino economy, while Bart drifts through adulthood. In Future Drama, we see Homer as a relic in a hovercar world, still at the nuclear plant, while his children navigate a glitchy, cyberpunk adolescence. Later flash-forwards show him in retirement homes, in crumbling suburbs, in half-remembered careers that never quite worked out. When examining these futures together, the contradictions jump out. In one episode, Homer remains at the plant, clinging to his old job. In another, he has bounced through failed ventures and shaky finances, relying on his children's success. Sometimes the family is upwardly mobile, plugged into a sleek, high-tech society. Other times, Springfield looks broken, flooded by environmental collapse or political chaos. His relationship with Lisa shifts from distant and embarrassing to quietly supportive, while his connection to Bart swings between resigned disappointment and surprising camaraderie. Even the larger world events, who is president, what technology exists, how the economy functions, refuse to line up. According to this theory, these aren't just throwaway gags about the future. They are multiple projected endpoints for Homer's life, each one a proposed answer that the universe of the show immediately undercuts by offering another. None of them are allowed to become definitive, because to fix one future in place would be to admit that the simulation has an ending. Most telling is how Homer himself barely changes at the core. His laziness persists, manifesting as couch-bound retirement, half-hearted jobs, or a reliance on others to carry him. His love for Marge endures, though it's often strained by his failures, health problems, or emotional distance. His body continues to falter, bad back, heart issues, obesity, yet the specifics keep rearranging, like variables in a long-running experiment, where the constants are his appetites, his temper, and his strangely durable heart. The emotional tone of these episodes is rarely comforting. They are bittersweet at best, and sometimes bleak, hinting that Homer's later years are filled with disappointment, regret, or simple exhaustion, rather than peace or full redemption. This mirrors how his sliding origin story keeps rewriting his past, and if his childhood can move from the 1950s to the 90s without breaking reality, then his future can shift just as easily. The evidence becomes clear. Springfield is constantly recalculating Homer's endpoint as the present slides forward, never locking in a single, true old age. What if that means Homer is suspended in a present that never truly leads anywhere, a man walking on a treadmill of time? This theory suggests that, at the very edge of the show's reality, there are countless possible old Homers, all waiting in the dark. Grandfathers, invalids, lonely retirees, quietly content husbands, none of them certain which, if any, will ever be allowed to exist once the dream finally ends. Multiverse Homers, duplicates, doppelgangers, and the core pattern. If there are countless possible old Homers waiting in the dark, and then the next question becomes stranger and more precise. How many Homers are there already, right now, stacked across realities, timelines, and art styles, all orbiting the same gravitational center? In this video, we're going to be taking a look at the multiverse of Homer Simpson, not as a cute gag, but as evidence that the system running Springfield keeps generating copies, testing variations, and then snapping back to a preferred template. When examining the show's history, we can quietly catalogue an entire crowd of Homers. There are the literal duplicates, like the Homer clones from the Treehouse of Horror 13 Hammock segment, where each copy degrades in intelligence and appearance, but still craves beer, food, and effortless pleasure. There are parallel universe versions, as in the Treehouse of Horror 5 Toaster episode, and where one wrong turn in time creates realities with raining donuts, lizard tongues, or a disturbingly perfect family breakfast. There are meta-Homers in different animation styles, Lego Homer, Anime Homer, and the crudely drawn Tracy Ullman short Homer that still lurks underneath the polished design. These Homers can differ wildly. Some are grotesquely stupid, some briefly competent or even heroic, some kinder, some much crueler. Yet the evidence becomes clear when we look at what never changes. No matter how distorted the continuity becomes, he is magnetized toward Marge, toward the nuclear plant, or an equivalent dead-end job, toward food, beer, and a kind of low-level chaos that destabilizes his family's reality but never quite destroys it. Even in universes where he is rich, or thin, or technologically advanced, and he remains a man whose appetites outrun his wisdom. According to this theory, that pattern is not random. The multiverse of Homers looks less like infinite creativity and more like a lab repeatedly adjusting variables while refusing to touch the core code. One episode may give us inventor Homer, another astronaut Homer, another musician Homer leading a barbershop quartet. But each experiment still preserves the same basic consciousness: impulsive, easily distracted, intermittently loving, permanently hungry. This mirrors how the show keeps retconning his youth from the 1950s to the 1990s without ever letting him truly age. Most telling is how often multiple Homers actually share the screen, as if the narrative is openly admitting the existence of these parallel instances. In the Clone Hammock story, and the real tension comes from identifying the original among increasingly defective copies. In the Halloween time travel episode, each altered reality is weighed against the familiar yellow, middle-aged Homer in present-day Springfield, who always feels like the default save file the universe is trying to reload. This theory suggests that default Homer is the most stable configuration the Springfield system can sustain, the exact balance of chaos and control, comedy and pathos, required to keep the loop running. If a version is too smart, like the briefly decrayoned Homer whose mind sharpens when the crayon leaves his brain, the reality rejects him and forces a return to stupidity. If he is too successful, too moral, or too monstrous, the episode resets, the timeline is dismissed as non-canon, or the story is labeled a dream and a Halloween special, an impossible what-if. In this framework, every alternate Homer is a failed experiment in adjusting his body, mind, or job too far from the acceptable range we traced in earlier sections. The sad musician Homer who never left his garage band, the efficient nuclear worker who actually understands safety protocols, even the flash-forward future grandfathers we saw waiting in the dark, all represent versions that could not be allowed to fully overwrite the template. What if, somewhere beyond the boundaries of the show, one Homer actually did escape this pattern, slipping out of the loop entirely? This theory suggests the universe of Springfield is doing everything it can to make sure that never happens again. And the next part of our exploration will look at what that implies for the town around him. Are Homer's dreams messages from outside the simulation? If one Homer really did slip the loop, then the question becomes, how does the system stop that from ever happening again? One answer, according to this theory, is that it allows tiny jailbreak attempts to leak in at night, disguising them as ordinary dreams that Homer will never fully remember. When examining Homer's most striking dream sequences, a pattern begins to emerge. We see visits from the dead, like Homer Simpson appearing in visions that feel quieter and more sincere than their daytime reunions, or Bleeding Gums Murphy guiding Lisa while Homer hovers at the edge of awareness, strangely perceptive for a man with a crayon in his brain. We see surreal journeys through candy worlds, deserts, and voids, where Homer briefly accesses knowledge he should not have, and predicting disasters, encountering future versions of his family, or intuiting impossible details about his own medical history. These dreams do not obey sitcom logic in the way Springfield usually does. They are slower, more emotionally honest, and less concerned with punchlines, as if some deeper layer of reality has pushed through the yellow surface of the show. In this video, we are going to be taking a look at how, in those moments, Homer's consciousness appears to widen, registering guilt, fear, and insight with a clarity that his waking mind rarely sustains for more than a few seconds. According to this theory, those sequences are not just the writers having fun with dream imagery. They are weak signals from outside the loop, or attempts by an external intelligence, or even Homer's own higher self from another timeline, to alert him that his world is artificial. Dreams that foreshadow future events, like his anxieties about losing the family or visions of alternate futures where Bart and Lisa have aged without him, function as leaked data, hints that other versions of Springfield are running in parallel. Most telling is how quickly these revelations evaporate at dawn. Homer wakes up, laughs off the terror, or is instantly distracted by donuts, work at the nuclear plant, or the chaos of the family breakfast table. This mirrors how any daytime breakthrough he has about his anger, his job, or his marriage is rapidly neutralized by slapstick injury or sudden mood swings. The evidence becomes clear when we connect this to the crayon lodged in his brain and his explosive anger patterns. Both operate as built-in dampeners, ensuring that anything dangerous learned in a dream is scrambled before it can stabilize. We also see a recurring motif of Homer encountering cosmic or godlike figures in his sleep, talking space entities, prophetic guardians, even distorted versions of God himself, offering cryptic guidance that never quite translates into lasting change. What if those are not jokes about religion, but corrupted transmissions from outside the simulation, garbled by the limits of his damaged mind? And if Homer's dreams are the only place where the truth can reach him, what would it take for one of those messages to finally stick? And what would happen to Springfield if, one morning, he actually remembered? Metacracks. When Homer notices he's a cartoon, if those messages only reach Homer in dreams, then the next question is even stranger. What about the moments when he seems to wake up inside the dream? There are brief, unsettling instants where Homer does something characters in a closed reality should never do. He looks past Springfield. He looks at us. When examining the series as a whole, we can quietly gather a pattern of these meta-cracks. Homer turns to the camera and complains that this is the worst episode ever, even though, in universe, he should not know he is in an episode at all. He grumbles about reruns, about the show's time slot, about people changing the channel, as if the walls of his living room are translucent and he can sense living rooms beyond them. In this video, we are not treating those as throwaway gags. We are treating them as data points. On the surface, these are jokes. They land, the studio silence holds for a beat, and then the story moves on, never acknowledging that something impossible just happened. Most telling is how the universe refuses to react. Marge does not ask, "What do you mean, episode?" Bart does not wonder who he is talking to when Homer stares straight ahead and addresses an unseen audience. The narrative simply glides past, as if a glitch has been hastily painted over. According to this theory, those moments are not just clever writing. They are genuine fractures where Homer's consciousness briefly aligns with the higher level truth, that he exists to be watched. When he comments that nothing ever really changes in Springfield, that the family never ages, and that holidays and major events keep looping back around, he is not speaking the logic of his town. He is speaking the logic of a long-running television show that must reset itself to remain profitable and familiar. This mirrors how he occasionally notices continuity itself bending. One episode will show his childhood in the 1970s, another will quietly slide it forward to the 1990s, and somewhere in between, Homer will make a remark about all the different ways his past has been shown. Inside the fiction, that should be impossible. Inside the mind of a man dimly aware that his life is a manufactured narrative, it makes a terrible kind of sense. The emotional undertone of these jokes is easy to miss because they are wrapped in humor. But if we listen closely, there is often a trace of confusion or resignation. When he sighs that the audience has seen him fail at the same job 1,000,000 times, or mutters that people must be tired of him by now, this theory suggests we are hearing more than self-deprecation. We are hearing a captive who has learned to perform his own captivity. And if any resident of Springfield were going to glimpse the bars of the cage, it would be Homer. He is the central experiment, the consciousness through which most episodes are filtered. The mind the camera returns to night after night. So when he looks out of the screen and speaks to us, this theory suggests that something inside him is reaching. The universe responds with immediate distraction, a cutaway, a slapstick injury, a sudden plot twist that yanks him back into the loop. What if those are not just punchlines, but aborted escape attempts? What if every time Homer addresses the audience, he is, in a small, half-aware way, asking for help from an audience that can never step through the glass and can only keep watching as the experiment continues into his future? The Springfield Field, why no one ever really leaves. If Homer keeps reaching toward the glass, then we have to ask a larger question. What kind of container is he reaching against? In this video, we're going to be taking a look at Springfield itself, not as a quirky backdrop, but as a sealed environment that bends to keep Homer and everyone around him from ever truly getting out. When examining the series as a whole, most telling is how rarely anyone permanently leaves Springfield. Characters move away, die, reinvent themselves, or transform the town in one episode, only for the next episode to quietly restore the old equilibrium. Maud Flanders is gone, but the church dynamic barely shifts. Principal Skinner's few ritual sites act as anchors. The nuclear plant fixes Homer as a safety inspector. I'm forever exhausted and endangered by radiation. He barely understands. Moe's Tavern is his emotional drain, where he numbs himself each night and resets his mood. The Simpson home on Evergreen Terrace is the domestic altar, where his family loops through conflict and reconciliation without progressing. Together, these 3 points triangulate the shape of his loop, holding him in place even when the details of his job or finances wildly fluctuate. Travel episodes only reinforce the prison. The family visits New York, Japan, Brazil, London, even outer space. Yet Springfield forgets these journeys almost immediately. No new customs, no lasting friendships, no permanent injuries meaningfully alter Homer's baseline. What if the world outside the town only exists when observed, and flickering into being as a temporary stage set, before collapsing back into nothing the moment the family returns? This theory suggests that Springfield's collective amnesia and resistance to change are not just sitcom tropes, but symptoms of a system that must constantly reset to preserve internal balance. And that leads to a quiet, more unsettling idea. Springfield is not just where Homer lives. It is the shape of his prison, flexible enough to keep him entertained, yet carefully sealed, so he never quite realizes he's trapped inside a story designed around his limitations. The center of the maze. Why everything bends around Homer. If Springfield is the shape of Homer's prison, then we now have to ask a quieter, heavier question. Why does the prison itself curve so gently around him? When examining the patterns we have traced, the evidence becomes clear that Springfield does not just contain Homer, it orbits him. We have seen his impossible survival, from nuclear meltdowns averted by accidents to falls, explosions, and medical disasters that would end any real human life, yet leave Homer with a bandage and a groan. We have watched his intelligence rise and fall like a dimmer switch, from the crayon in the brain episodes, where brief clarity threatens his comfort, to the routine stupidity that conveniently protects his mind from understanding his own situation. We have noticed emotional fail-safes, where genuine growth with his family is followed by sudden regressions, angry outbursts, or forgetfulness that restore the familiar status quo. Most telling is how his career resets function as structural repairs to the maze. Homer has held well over 100 jobs, from astronaut to musician to inventor, yet he always drifts back to nuclear safety inspector, back to the plant that underpins Springfield's entire economy and its ambient radiation. This mirrors how his multiverse echoes. In Treehouse of Horror segments and alternate futures still preserve the same core traits, the same appetite, the same temper, the same gravitational pull toward the plant and the family. According to this theory, even when the show jumps to a different timeline, the system quietly rebuilds the same central node. In this video, we are treating that central node as more than a character. This theory suggests that Homer is Springfield's organizing principle, the anchor that keeps the town in its looping, ever-present form. Crises revolve around him, from town-wide riots to apocalyptic scenarios that somehow hinge on his decisions, and timelines adjust around him, retconning his childhood from the 1950s to the 90s, so that he always remains roughly the same age, in the same house, with the same responsibilities. According to this theory, the system needs Homer in a very specific state, alive but fragile, aware but never too aware, capable of deep suffering and guilt, yet unable to permanently escape. The nuclear plant exposes him to danger without quite killing him. His family offers love and stability, but also constant stress, financial pressure, and emotional triggers. His vices, alcohol, food, television, numb his consciousness just enough to keep him from interrogating his reality. Taken together, these elements form interlocking mechanisms. The plant, the bar, the couch, the school, the endlessly forgiving town council, all collaborate to keep Homer walking the same circuits, repeating the same lessons he never fully learns. In this video, we could dismiss all of this as meta-humor, as long-running sitcom logic, as writers needing a reset button. But when examining the internal consistency of the suffering, the resets, and the protections around Homer, this in-universe reading begins to feel more unsettling than a simple production choice. If Homer is the center of the maze, then one question remains. Who built the maze? And what do they gain from keeping him inside? As we move forward, we will shift from mapping the prison to quietly, carefully, identifying the jailer. Threading the needle, reassembling Homer's fragmented life. If Homer is the center of the maze, then to move forward, and we first have to walk the paths we have already traced. In this video, we have quietly followed him from a boy in a flickering 1950s-style America, through a drifting young adulthood, and into that strangely eternal middle age where he remains 39, forever tired, forever returning to the same bar stool and the same control panel. We watched his childhood slide along the timeline like a loose photograph. At first, he grows up in a clear post-war setting, with black and white TV, old cars, and a mother who disappears into the haze of 1960s activism. Later episodes push his teen years into the 1970s, then the 1990s, giving him grunge bands, modern malls, and updated fashions, all while insisting that the present is still now. His young adult life keeps reforming around Marge. They meet in high school, or in summer, or in different accidental encounters, each origin episode overwriting the last, as if his mind cannot hold a single stable version of how his family began. When examining his working life, the pattern becomes even more obvious. Homer is a nuclear safety inspector, a barfly, a musician, an astronaut, an inventor, a monorail conductor, a bodyguard, and dozens more, each job arriving with sudden elevation and ending in near-catastrophic risk. He almost destroys Springfield, nearly dies in space, endangers crowds, sabotages corporations, and then, with no real explanation, he is back at Sector 7G, his skills wiped clean, his resume forgotten, as if someone has reshuffled his save file and loaded an earlier checkpoint. The core anomalies that should define him instead get quietly filed away. He survives falls, radiation, heart attacks, and explosions that would be medically impossible. A crayon in his brain can be removed and replaced, toggling his intelligence like a switch. Episodes grant him flashes of insight, artistic talent, or moral clarity, only for the next week to present a man who can barely operate a toaster. His brushes with cosmic forces, the stonecutters, time-traveling toasters, guardian angels, Halloween universes, flare up, rewrite his reality, and then vanish, leaving only a faint impression that something larger has touched his consciousness and then let go. Most telling is how his family orbits this instability. Mona is erased, then reinserted as a secret radical who fled the state, her absence turning Homer's childhood into a blank space. Abe's stories contradict themselves so thoroughly that he functions like a damaged archive, full of corrupted files. Patty and Selma hover at the edge of the marriage, sabotaging and surveilling, while Marge's patience approaches the supernatural, endlessly resetting her trust, her boundaries, her forgiveness, as though her role is to stabilize the experiment whenever it threatens to collapse. According to this theory, when we place all of this side by side, the evidence becomes clear. These are not random cartoon jokes. This mirrors how a controlled system behaves when it is repeatedly edited, stress-tested, and restored. We are not adding new clues here, only rearranging what we already know into a single, continuous picture of Homer Simpson as a long-running trial in chaos and containment. So the question lingers in the dark between scenes. If Homer's life is a patchwork of edits, resets, and selective memory, who benefits from keeping him exactly where he is, exactly as he is? The Springfield containment field. Why Homer can never truly leave? According to this theory, the answer is not a person at all, but a place. The force that keeps Homer exactly where he is has a name we already know by heart: Springfield. When examining Homer's life, a quiet pattern emerges. He keeps trying to leave. He moves the family to Cypress Creek for the Globex job, where everything is clean, efficient, and terrifyingly competent. Yet by the end of the episode, he is back in the same crooked house on Evergreen Terrace, clocking in at the same nuclear plant. He becomes an astronaut, a country singer, a monorail conductor, a food critic. Each new identity promises escape, a different community, a fresh start. But the reset always drifts him back to the same bar stool at Moe's, the same church pew, the same failing town. We see it when the family relocates to Capital City, or when they flee to the Outlands in the movie, or when witness protection drops them into Terror Lake. The geography changes, the scenery upgrades or decays, the stakes escalate, and yet, by the next reset, Springfield calmly reclaims them. This mirrors how a dream will let you run, will let you travel, but always folds you back to one recurring hallway, one recurring room. Most telling is how the nuclear power plant functions as an anchor point. In this video, we have watched Homer's job oscillate between joke and catastrophe, yet it never truly disappears. He is unqualified, frequently asleep at the console, directly responsible for near meltdowns and actual disasters. Yes, and still, he survives firings, walkouts, and public outrage. In a rational reality, he would be banned from the nuclear work forever. In this theory, his continued employment is not incompetence, it is containment. The plant is the core of the field, holding him in place. Around that core, Springfield behaves like a closed simulation. Streets realign between episodes. Mountains appear and vanish. The town's distance to the ocean, the desert, and the state border shifts as needed. The city can host a film festival, a Prohibition-era crime wave, a comet impact, or a full-blown apocalypse, then stand pristine again next week. The evidence becomes clear. This is not a town that evolves. It is a backdrop that heals. Homer's role in its repeated catastrophes reinforces this. He triggers riots, oil spills, trash crises, and an environmental horror that should render Springfield uninhabitable. Yet the town absorbs the impact, resets the damage, and quietly invites the next failure. It is as if Springfield's entire function is to take the blow for keeping Homer alive and active. Even alternate futures cannot escape this gravity. Flash forwards place Homer as an older man, sometimes richer, sometimes diminished. Yet Springfield remains the axis. Even when the family scatters, their stories bend back toward that same yellow town and its glowing reactor. This theory suggests Springfield is not a random sitcom setting. but a padded room on a civic scale, a controlled environment designed to keep Homer's chaos from spilling into the larger world while the experiment continues. And if Springfield is the cage, then someone had to build the bars. The next step is to ask who, within the story and outside of it, has the power to keep resetting Homer's life inside those shifting borders. The architects behind the curtain. In-universe forces controlling Homer. If Springfield is the cage, then the next question is simple and unsettling. Who keeps locking the door behind Homer every morning? In this video, we're going to be taking a look at the architects behind the curtain, the in-universe forces that circle him like quiet wardens, always present when his life edges too far from its designated track. When examining Homer's day-to-day existence, the most obvious institution is the nuclear plant itself. On paper, he's an impossible employee, a safety inspector who sleeps at his station, causes meltdowns, and forgets basic procedures. Yet the plant, and by extension Mr. Burns, almost never truly fires him. Homer is demoted, humiliated, even shot at. But the system bends to keep him in that control room, as if the plant and Homer are mutually locked in place, bound by something more rigid than workplace policy. Around that central workplace, government agencies drift in and out of his life with the same eerie pattern. The EPA, the FBI, NASA, even the Secret Service recruit or investigate him, then quietly release him back to his couch. He becomes an astronaut, a federal informant, a key witness, yet his file never seems to follow him. This theory suggests that these agencies function as temporary handlers, testing his limits, exposing him to national security and cosmic danger, and then resetting him to suburban obscurity once the experiment concludes. Most telling is how the shadowy organizations treat him. And in the Stonecutters episode, Homer doesn't just stumble into a club. He is revealed to be the chosen one by ancient prophecy. Overnight, this buffoon becomes an object of near religious worship. His every whim indulged, his incompetence reframed as sacred. But the moment he begins to reshape the group, to redirect their power toward public good, the universe seems to overcorrect. The Stonecutters abandon their cult and form a new lodge without him, instantly stripping his status and returning him to anonymity. This mirrors how a system might briefly lose control of its subject, then rapidly construct new layers of containment. Cults and corporations repeat this same choreography. From the movementarians to self-help empires and media conglomerates, leaders fixate on Homer, recruit him, elevate him, and then eject him once his presence destabilizes their structure, as though some deeper protocol demands his return to the baseline of family, plant, and bar. Above all of them, we see a stranger tier of authority: God, the devil, and various supernatural forces. Homer meets God in dreams, negotiates with the devil over his soul, and encounters cosmic beings in Treehouse of Horror and beyond. Deals are struck, punishments threatened, apocalypses teased, yet he always wakes up alive, intact, and back in his usual life by the end of the episode. According to this theory, even heaven and hell are bound by the rule that Homer cannot be removed from the loop. The medical system operates like a subtler control layer. Doctors discover impossible conditions in his body, perform surgeries that should alter his consciousness forever, and then discharge him without lasting consequences. The crayon lodged in his brain, the repeated head injuries, the heart attacks, and obesity-related crises all resolve with a reset, as if medicine is allowed to open him up, but never to fundamentally change him. Across all these encounters, the evidence becomes clear. These institutions are not random guest stars. They are narrative tools, visible machinery pushing Homer back toward his fixed point whenever he veers too far from the script. This theory suggests that, in universe, Homer is too important, too dangerous, or too entangled with something larger to be permitted to die, leave, or permanently evolve. What if he is a kind of anchor in this reality, a node that must remain constant for the dream of Springfield to hold together? If these are the hands we can see moving Homer around the board, then the next step is more unsettling. We have to ask whose hands are moving them, and how far outside the story we need to travel before we meet the true authors of his fate. The meta-experiment, writers, viewers, and the immortal Homer. To answer that, we have to do something this video has only hinted at so far. We have to step outside the dream of Springfield, outside Homer's consciousness, and look at the experiment from the level of the people who built the maze in the first place. Because outside the fiction, Homer J. Simpson is not a man at all. He is a design brief. He is a set of instructions that say, do not age out, do not truly learn, do not permanently change. He must be stupid, but not unwatchable, selfish, but not irredeemable, damaged, but endlessly resettable, so that every episode can be dropped into syndication like a tile in an infinite mosaic. When examining the so-called floating timeline, the evidence becomes clear. In early flashbacks, Homer is a child of the 1950s and 60s, growing up with Abe and Mona in a world of black and white TVS and Vietnam protests. Later episodes quietly slide his origin forward. Suddenly, he is a teenager in the late 70s, then the 90s, then brushing up against grunge and early internet culture. The surface details change, but the mandate does not. Homer must always be roughly 39, Marge eternally weary but young, Bart forever 10, Lisa perpetually 8, Maggie permanently pre-verbal. This mirrors how his jobs and skills are treated as disposable costumes, rather than a coherent resume. He is a nuclear safety inspector, then a barfly, then a musician, astronaut, inventor, food critic, even a brief political figure, each career reset by the next episode. According to this theory, continuity is not a mistake. It is a calculated refusal to let consequences harden into reality. From this angle, the writers become the true stonecutters. They are the omnipotent architects who can kill Homer in one episode, resurrect him in the next, rewrite his childhood, or split him into alternate versions without explanation. Treehouse of Horror becomes their laboratory, a controlled test environment where they can decapitate him, zombify him, or send him into outer space and watch how his core traits behave under impossible stress, all without touching the real timeline. Flash forwards and multiverse episodes serve a similar function. We see Homer as an old man, saw Homer in cyberpunk futures, Homer across dimensions, but these futures dissolve when the credits roll. The main loop snaps back. This theory suggests that every death scare, every divorce cliffhanger, every life-changing revelation is allowed only on the condition that the next episode restores the marketable default. Most telling is how we, as viewers, are quietly complicit. We want the Homer we recognize. Stupid but lovable, reckless but forgivable, destructive but consequence-free. If he truly matured, if Bart grew up, if Lisa left town for good, the spell would break. So each reset is not just an in-universe conspiracy. It is the meta-level hand of the show reasserting the correct Homer for comfort, for syndication, for brand stability. In this light, and his immortality stops looking like a blessing and starts to resemble a content strategy. He cannot grow because his failures, his suffering, and his brief, quickly revoked moments of growth are the engine that keeps the series alive. If that is the system, the next question is more personal. What does an endless loop like this do to the man trapped inside it? And what does it reveal about us, the ones who keep watching him fall, reset, and fall again, night after night? The emotional core. Homer's love, regret, and buried self-awareness. So to answer that personal question, we have to set the machinery aside for a moment and look at Homer not as a glitching character file, but as a tired man who goes home at night to a small yellow house. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at the version of Homer who forgets birthdays, ruins anniversaries, and crashes cars, but who also sits on the edge of the bed, staring into the dark, worrying about the people sleeping just a few feet away from him. When examining his life through that lens, certain episodes stand out like small, painful islands of clarity. We see Homer sobbing in the car after Lisa tells him she no longer respects him, admitting that he has failed her in ways he cannot fully name. We see him terrified of losing Bart during custody scares or near-death pranks gone too far, suddenly aware that the boy he strangles in cartoon rage is also the child whose drawings are taped to the fridge. Most telling is how, whenever Marge reaches a breaking point and threatens to leave, Homer's bravado collapses into genuine animal panic, and his relationship with Marge becomes the stabilizing anchor that keeps his consciousness from floating completely free of reality. This theory suggests that every time she packs a suitcase, takes the kids, or even just withholds affection, we glimpse the one thing the loop cannot make funny for him, the prospect of being truly alone. According to this theory, that terror is why he proposes again and again, why he reenacts their wedding, why he clings to anniversary rituals he usually ruins. He is trying, in his clumsy way, to nail down something the universe keeps loosening. His children each hold a different mirror up to him. Bart reflects his chaos and arrested development, the prankster version of Homer's own self-sabotage. Lisa embodies the intellect he can't fully reach, the life of the mind that was taken from him by a crayon in his brain, and a lifetime of bad decisions, and his rare moments of pride and support for her feel like brief windows into the father he wishes he could have been. Maggie, almost silent, becomes a kind of witness. In multiple episodes, she literally saves his life, as if the universe itself is compelled to grant him one small mercy through the child who cannot yet judge him. The evidence becomes clear when we track these emotional spikes against the reset structure. Every time Homer admits he is a bad father, or begs Marge not to leave, or contemplates his own death with unusual seriousness, the next episode wipes the slate clean, yet a faint residue remains. This mirrors how trauma functions in a real memory. The details blur, but the feelings linger, and there are quiet scenes where he just stares into space on the couch, beer untouched, as if some part of his mind is pressing against the walls of the loop, testing them. So if that buried self is still down there, feeling the weight of infinite do-overs, what does that imply about the true version of Homer's life? In the next section, we'll try to reconstruct that hidden timeline from the fragments we've seen, and ask whether any of it was ever real at all. The true timeline, reconstructing Homer's most likely life. To answer that, we need rules. If we're going to reconstruct Homer's true life, we have to treat recurring patterns as more real than one-off gags, prioritize moments that feel emotionally consistent over throwaway punchlines, and accept that some details will always stay blurred, as if seen through frosted glass in a dream. When examining decades of episodes this way, the evidence becomes clear. A single, haunted through line keeps resurfacing. According to this theory, Homer J. Simpson is born in the late 1950s to Abe and Mona, on the outskirts of a damaged America. His mother drifts in and out of his consciousness, first as a warm presence, then as a fugitive absence, leaving behind that permanent sense that the family history is being actively hidden from him. Abe, already traumatized and unstable, raises a boy who learns early that adults lie, that stories change, and that love can vanish overnight without explanation. His adolescence follows the same jagged pattern. Homer underachieves in school, yet we repeatedly see flashes of real talent. He can front a band, play sports well enough to impress crowds, or pick up odd jobs that require surprising competence. This theory suggests that these aren't contradictions, but brief windows where his mind brushes against a higher potential. Then, in the fog of late-teen confusion, he meets Marge. They fall in love, cling to each other as a way out, and stumble into adulthood faster than either of them is ready for. The early marriage years form the core trauma of his timeline. An unplanned pregnancy with Bart, a rushed wedding, endless financial stress, and that fateful, humiliating plea to Mr. Burns for work at the nuclear plant. Trapped in a job that literally poisons his town, Homer turns to alcohol and escapism, spending longer and longer nights at Moe's as his life starts to feel like a cage he accidentally locked from the inside. Folded into this is the crayon theory and his many medical anomalies. A crayon lodged in his brain, repeated head injuries, sudden bursts of genius followed by resets. Most telling is how, whenever Homer becomes too smart, too self-aware, or too close to escaping his circumstances, the universe intervenes. An accident, a surgery, a bizarre procedure nudges him back into comfortable stupidity, as if his own consciousness is being manually throttled. His career detours, musician, astronaut, inventor, celebrity mascot, read like controlled experiments. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how each spike in status tests what happens if Homer is elevated, only for reality to snap him back to his baseline as a barely competent safety inspector. This mirrors how dream narratives briefly grant us impossible roles before dissolving at the alarm clock. By middle age, his life settles into an endless loop. Holidays that repeat with different decorations, near divorces that reset by morning, health scares that vanish by the next episode, small triumphs with Bart, Lisa, and Maggie that never quite add up to lasting change, and countless nights at Moe's that all blur together. He learns, forgets, relearns, and misremembers the same lessons in slightly altered forms. So according to this theory, Homer's true timeline isn't a straight line at all, but a spiral. He circles the same mistakes, the same fleeting growth, each cycle leaving just enough memory to hurt, but not enough to break free. And in the next section, we'll ask the final question. What does it mean for Homer, and for us, that his life has been engineered to spiral forever instead of reaching any real ending? What Homer represents, cycles, comfort, and our own loops. If Homer's life is a spiral, then each loop has a purpose. Not just for the writers, who need him to reset, but for us, who keep returning to watch him fail, soften, and forget. In this video, we are not only tracing a character's timeline, we are watching a mechanism that quietly reflects how we live our own days. According to this theory, Homer's endless loop is not just a production necessity, but a mirror. He wakes, he goes to work at the nuclear plant, he drifts back to the bar, he returns to the family, and the next episode erases most of the consequences. This mirrors how many of us repeat the same commutes, the same arguments, the same late-night snacks, promising ourselves change in the morning that never fully arrives. When examining Homer's nightly return to Moe's, the pattern becomes especially clear. He sits on the same bar stool, drinks the same beer, listens to the same complaints. We watch him do this while we sit on the same couch, open the same streaming app, re-watch the same familiar episodes, or scroll the same social media feeds. The details shift, the core behavior does not, and the evidence becomes clear that Springfield's loop and our own routines are uncomfortably aligned. This theory suggests that Springfield itself functions as a metaphorical comfort zone. Time moves, yet no one ages. Disasters strike, yet the town resets. Marriages strain, yet remain intact. It is a place where nothing truly evolves, but nothing truly ends, and where the illusion of change is just convincing enough to keep panic at bay. This is what a perfectly engineered comfort zone looks like when stretched over decades of episodes. Most telling is how we, as viewers, help maintain that state. We ask for new seasons, new jokes, new guest stars, but we also demand that Homer stay roughly 39, still employed at the plant, still the same blend of foolish and tender. We want him to grow just enough to feel human, but not so much that he stops being the Homer our mind recognizes on sight. What would it mean if he truly changed, left the plant, or permanently broke a pattern? The show quietly refuses to answer. At the same time, his pain is carefully packaged for us. Homer falls off roofs, explodes in factories, gets his consciousness scrambled by radiation, and we laugh, or at least relax. His injuries, humiliations, and failures become a safe container for our own anxieties about aging, regret, and wasted potential. We watch a man hurt himself with food, alcohol, and denial, and we process our fears at one remove, through a yellow cartoon body that always bounces back. Those rare episodes where he really seems to learn something, holding Maggie's baby photos at the power plant, choosing his family over a fantasy life, briefly becoming smarter when the crayon leaves his brain, hit harder precisely because they are surrounded by noise and repetition. One quiet moment of clarity against hundreds of loud, looping gags feels eerily similar to the way a single late-night realization can stand out against years of habit. In this reading, Homer stops being just a buffoon and becomes an exaggerated everyman. I'm trapped in a heightened version of our own cycles. His life stretches, resets, and contradicts itself, so that we can safely examine what it means to be stuck without admitting that we are also stuck. And as we move into the final section, we will gently close this loop. We have reconstructed his spiral, explored what he represents, and now we will leave you with one last, lingering image of who Homer Simpson really is when the dream finally quiets down. The final image, Homer at the control panel, forever on the brink. So now, in this video, we're going to be taking a look at just one image and letting it quietly swallow everything we have said. Picture Homer in his most familiar posture, slumped in the worn grey chair at Sector 7G, eyes half closed, a donut stain on his shirt, fingers hovering a little too near a cluster of glowing buttons. One alarm away from catastrophe, one lazy reach away from the end of Springfield. When examining this single frame, the theory suggests we are not just seeing a workplace gag, but the distilled essence of his entire existence. According to this theory, Homer is a man placed in a position of impossible power and risk, with just enough incompetence to be dangerous and just enough luck to be preserved. He sits in front of the reactor core the way he sits in front of his own consciousness, inattentive, distracted, yet somehow always pulled back from the brink by some unseen narrative hand. Most telling is how his body, by this point in the series, has become a kind of patchwork artifact. We have watched him fall down gorges, survive car crashes, endure medical experiments, utter and walk away from radiation leaks that should have ended him. Canon even tells us there is a crayon lodged in his brain, and that doctors have repeatedly opened his skull, altered his mind, and then sealed him up again. This mirrors how a reactor is repaired, welded, patched, inspected just enough that it can be powered back on for one more shift. In that same image at the control panel, the crayon is still there, humming quietly inside his head, like a tiny personal fuel rod. His intelligence has been raised and lowered, reset and dulled, so that he will never fully grasp how precarious his position is, not just for Springfield's safety, but for the fragile rules of his own reality. If he truly understood the pattern, the resets, the dream logic, and the way each episode erases the last, the evidence becomes clear that he could not keep sitting there. And yet, when his hand pauses above a button, we know what flickers through his mind. Marge's tired, patient face, Bart's wild grin, Lisa's worried eyes, already aware that the world is poisoned, Maggie's pacifier, the soft metronome of his better instincts. They are the quiet images that, according to this theory, pull his fingers back a few inches, nudging him toward a slightly better choice, just enough to let the day continue. Behind him, beyond the walls of the plant, there is another layer, the writer's room, the audience, the cultural machine that needs him to stay exactly where he is. What if his real job is not nuclear safety inspector, but designated almost destroyer? We require him to nearly melt the town, to almost break his family, to brush against enlightenment and then lose it, over and over, so the loop can hold. So his curse and his purpose converge. Homer Simpson, forever at the brink, absorbing chaos so that Springfield, and the show itself, can exist in a perpetual near miss. The shift ends, the lights dim. He shuffles home, kisses his family, falls into the groove on his side of the bed, and sleeps. In the morning, he will be back at that panel again, as if nothing has changed, because in the ways that matter, nothing is allowed to. And in the next section, we will follow him out of that chair and into the strange futures that wait for a man who is never quite permitted to move on. Closing the loop, what we've learned from Homer's endless life. So now, as we follow him out of that chair and into those strange futures, we can quietly close the loop we have been tracing in this video. We have moved from a childhood that keeps sliding through decades to a marriage that resets after every crisis, to a career that shatters into more than 100 impossible jobs, all circling the same man who always ends up back on that couch. When examining the whole span of Homer's life, the evidence becomes clear that we are not just watching a clumsy cartoon dad. We are watching a carefully managed loop. His retconned origins, his shifting memories of Mona and Abe, his on-again, off-again competence at the nuclear plant, and his endless parade of injuries and miraculous recoveries all point towards Springfield functioning less like a town and more like a containment field, designed to keep one unstable consciousness in place. According to this theory, Homer is a constructed fixed point. His pain, his resets, And those rare, glowing moments where he grows or understands something profound are not accidents. They are engineered, both by forces inside the story and by the creators outside it, who must keep him marketable, recognizable, and forever middle-aged. He can be an astronaut in one episode, a washed-up musician in another, a safety inspector who should not legally be alive in most of the rest. And yet, the calendar never truly turns. Most telling is how the key pillars we explored all reinforce that same design. There is the medical file that should not exist, calmly listing brain damage, radiation exposure, and trauma that would end any normal life. There is the crayon lodged in his brain, keeping him dull enough that true escape never quite occurs, yet not so damaged that the dream collapses. There are the alternate timelines and treehouse realities that show us what he could be, brilliant, successful, even content, only to fold back into the main loop. This mirrors how the meta-level need to preserve a familiar brand overwrites every genuine future he is briefly allowed to touch. And yet, through all of that manipulation, Homer's emotional core keeps bleeding through. His clumsy love for his family, his guilt when he fails them, his tiny acts of courage, standing up for Lisa's saxophone, taking a hit for Bart, holding Maggie's hand in the dark, are what make him feel unsettlingly real. The tragedy, according to this theory, is that those flickers of authenticity are trapped inside an experiment that will not let them lead to permanent change. If we sit with that for a moment, and it becomes difficult not to glance back at our own lives. We may not live in a yellow town orbiting a nuclear plant, but we do have our own Springfields. The jobs we return to, the habits we excuse, the arguments that play out the same way every week. What if the way Homer snaps back to the status quo is just an exaggerated version of the way we reset ourselves, retreating to familiar patterns instead of pushing through the discomfort of real transformation? So the gentle call here is not to fear Springfield, but to notice it. Next time you watch an episode, watch Homer's reality the way we have in this video. Look for the seams, the contradictions in his past, the injuries that heal too fast, the moments where he stares a little too long at the middle distance, as if some part of his mind is about to wake up and then doesn't. This theory suggests one way to read all of that, not as random comedy, but as a long, controlled experiment in keeping one man exactly where he is. And as we leave him, we return to the simplest image. Homer, snoring softly on the couch, TV glow flickering over his face, a half-finished donut on his chest. Somewhere off-screen, the universe is already resetting the pieces for the next episode, the next injury, the next almost lesson that will not quite stick. He will wake, complain, go to work, hug his family, and lie back down under that same blue-white light, again and again. Thank you for staying with us through his story, for walking this strange, sleepy loop from his first cries to his far-flung, impossible futures. If you are still awake, you can let your own thoughts drift now. Let Springfield blur at the edges and fade into whatever dreams wait for you after this. If you want more quiet, unsettling breakdowns of familiar worlds, you can gently like this video, subscribe, or explore the other deep dive theories on this channel. For now though, you do not need to do anything at all. Just listen to the last traces of the theme song in your mind. Picture Homer turning over on the couch, and let the screen in your own head go dim. Good night, and we will see you in the next episode.